I would like to call the October 15th, 2020 Board of Adjustment meeting to order. Ms. Turner, will you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Chairman Troy Braithwaite.
Present.
Vice Chairman Stephen Craddock. Carol Bell. Kathy Bontemps.
Present.
Lynn Hicks.
Present.
All right, it appears a quorum has been met with 4 regular members present, so that we may proceed with tonight's hearing. All right, on to the approval of the agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda?
I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as written.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say nay. Motion carries. Approval of the minutes of the August 13th, 2020 meeting. Are there any changes to the minutes?
I'll make a motion to accept the minutes as written.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say nay. Motion carries. All right, as I mentioned before, if there's anyone in the audience tonight wishing to speak on an item on the agenda who is not the applicant, please sign in to speak and indicate which case you're speaking about. There's only one case tonight, so if you have not already done so, please do so. In accordance with the State Government Ethics Act, it is the duty of every board member to avoid conflicts of interest. Does any board member have any known conflict of interest with respect to any matters coming before the board tonight?
No.
No.
Okay. Hearing none. Okay. Let's see. I guess we move to swearing in at this point.
There's no old business, so the only new business is the public hearing, 19.
Okay. Okay. All right. At this time, I'd like to swear in the participants for the cases, including staff. If you are representing any of the applicants and want to speak on behalf of any of the cases tonight, please come up and be sworn in at this time. Any person at this point. Okay. All right. Please state your names for the clerk. You can say it in unison. All right. Please place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do. All right. You may be seated.
Thank you.
And just for the record, because I see the clerk over here in a panic when everyone said their name in unison, if you were not sworn and you get up later to give a public comment, please notify us. I believe everybody who was sworn is either a witness to one of the parties and or has already signed up. So if you're not signed up on the list, if you're signed up on the list, I assume you were on just sworn. So I don't know if that helps you for your minutes, but if you weren't sworn and give a comment later, please notify us.
Okay. Actually, before we get started, I would like to make a statement. This case tonight is an appeal. An appeal is made by an individual who disagrees with any final decision or interpretation by the administrator. The board must interpret the ordinance and determine proper action on the appeal. An appeal stays all actions by the administrator seeking enforcement of or compliance with the order or decision appealed from, unless the administrator sends a written notice to the chairman of the board setting forth detailed reasons that a stay would cause imminent peril to life or property. The board may affirm, reverse, or modify the decision, determination, or interpretation appealed. In doing so, the board shall make detailed findings of fact and conclusions arising from the facts which explain and justify their decision. If a motion to reverse or modify is not made or fails to receive the required 4/5 vote for adoption, then a motion to uphold the decision appealed shall be in order. Because there's 4 members here tonight, 4 regular members of the board, we do require a unanimous decision. Is that correct?
You need 4/5, so that would be 3. You don't need a unanimous decision, you need 3 votes.
Okay. Okay, the Board of Adjustment is limited to the following determinations in considering the appeal, which shall be based on clear and substantial evidence in the record. 1, the decision maker did not make an error or correctly applied the standards of this ordinance in making the decision or interpretation. 2, the decision maker made an error in determining whether a standard was met. The record must indicate that an error in judgment occurred or facts, plans, or regulations were misread in determining whether the particular standard was or was not met. 3, the decision maker made the decision based on a standard not contained in this ordinance or other appropriate county ordinances, regulations, or state law, or that a standard more strict or broad than the standard established in the ordinance was applied. Or 4, the decision maker made an error in applying a standard or measuring a standard.
Mr. Chairman, may I remind all the board members and that
I was going to say, there's no 4/5 requirement.
right, that would be a variance.
I was like, you read 4/5, and I started
Okay.
pulling up the ordinance, and I was like, hold on. This is a simple majority vote when you have an appeal before you. So we'll take a look over your notes so that
Yes.
we make sure the next time around that they're, I know that you have a form for a long time you've been serving as our chair, but there's no 4/5 requirement. It's only a simple majority vote
Okay.
for a decision tonight.
Okay, understood.
Yeah.
My mistake.
And also a technical correction, please make sure that your mic is on when you're speaking and try to speak into it. Our AV person is not picking up everyone.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
All right. Okay, we'll go into new business. We're here tonight to hear BOA 19-08, Justin Old, Glenmore Ridge dewatering violations. Applicant has requested and was granted a continuance to the October 8th Board of Adjustment meeting, appeal of violation number 1197 and violation 1198 for improperly pumping excess water not in accordance with the rules of the Unified Development Ordinance for property located on Campus Drive, tax map 22, parcels 78A and 78B, Moyock Township. Okay, at this time, I'd like to ask the staff to come up and present their case.
The county will first call Laurie LaCicero.
Okay.
Could you please state your name and how you're employed?
My name is Laurie LoCicero, and I'm the Planning and Community Development Director for Currituck County.
And how long have you been in that position?
I've been in this position since July of 2017.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a Director of Planning and Community Development Department?
Interpreting and enforcing the Currituck County Unified Development Ordinance and managing staff.
And that includes the processing of developmental applications and permits, is that correct?
Yes.
Are you familiar with development projects known as Glenmore Ridge and Currituck Reserve?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with those two developments?
They are developments that have come through the approval process, received approval, and are currently, they have been constructed, and there's currently houses being built in those developments.
Okay, and with regard to those particular developments, who, to your knowledge, are the owners of those two development projects and land on which they're being developed, at least at the time of the notice of violations issuance in September of 2019?
At the time of notice of violation, APVA, LLC, and Allied Properties, LLC are the owners of the properties.
And generally, what are the plans that are required for review and approval by the county in order to proceed with a development project?
Typically, we go through a process of, for a subdivision, many steps, but preliminary plat is one of the big major steps. And from a preliminary plat, once you get approval, if needed, a use permit through the Board of Commissioners, then you move on to construction drawings where you're actually putting in the infrastructure, and after infrastructure is put in, via the construction drawings, we'll get through final plat, when you can actually subdivide, record the document and subdivide the property.
And do any of those plans show specifically the construction and installation, or areas allow for construction and installation of stormwater and stormwater drainage?
Specifically, when you're talking about construction and the installation of these things, that would be the construction drawings that we reference. They're detailed engineered drawings of the actual process of what's going to be happening on the property when the infrastructure is being installed. And infrastructure would be stormwater, roads, water, things like that.
And what body or entity or person on behalf of the county approves construction drawings?
That would be the Technical Review Committee. So it would be at the staff level. The Board of Commissioners would have already approved a preliminary plat use permit if needed. And then at that level, the next level would be construction drawings, and that would be a staff level approval.
And who prepares and presents the construction drawings for review and approval by the Technical Review Committee?
The applicant's technical consultant, typically it's going to be an engineer. So it would be the applicant's engineer for the project that would present those.
And are construction plans or drawings binding upon an applicant once approved by the Technical Review Committee?
Yes, they are. They should be, the construction, your preliminary plat, construction drawings, and final plat should all be consistent, and you should be constructing your infrastructure in the manner that was portrayed on your construction drawings.
And so then did the developer for Glenmore Ridge and Currituck Reserve projects go through that process you just described?
Yes.
And so then at some point, construction drawings were approved for Glenmore Ridge
Yes.
and Currituck Reserve, is that
Yes.
correct? All right. Now, I refer you to if I can get the right tab here. Well, it's page 3, capital A, lowercase f, in the agenda package, packet page 31. And you had that you could put it up on the screen for the board. Right.
Oops, did I miss it?
Let's go specifically to construction drawings, page 6.
Page 6.
Yes.
Um,
And what is construction drawing, page 7? What is attachment 4 of the approved construction drawing? What is that portraying?
This is portraying the stormwater pond that is on actually Currituck Reserve property, but is shown on the Glenmore Ridge construction drawings. And this is showing that the dewatering of Pond 7, Pond 7 during construction was going to be used as a sedimentation basin, and any dewatering that would need to occur during the construction phase, during the construction process, would be pumped to the internal farm ditch. On the western side of pond number 7. So this black arrow right here, whoops, I'm sorry. This black arrow right here would be the direction that the construction drawings indicated that the dewatering was supposed to occur. The dewatering from pond 7 was supposed to occur.
Okay, that area delineates that it was supposed to occur in that particular ditch. Is that correct?
Yes. And we've blown up the language associated with that arrow on the construction drawings. It says dewater pond 7 to existing farm ditches or swales installed for Currituck Reserve.
And that was a plan that was presented to you by the developer's technical consultant, is that correct?
That is correct.
Were there any other provisions or verbiage on the construction plans that indicated how or where stormwater or dewatering operations were to be disposed?
Yes, they were supposed to occur in internal farm ditches. Once again, this is that language there. Talks about where it's supposed to be dewatered.
Okay, what is that construction requirement number 6
6.
provide?
That pond 7 was going to be used as a sediment basin during construction, and any dewatering was going to take place at the location shown, and that it was going to be pumped to internal farm ditches.
Okay, now, if you will please put up, I guess it's a slide entitled Attachment, as this is 0, page 15 of the agenda packet.
Which one?
15 of the agenda packet.
The maps of Currituck Reserve.
Yes.
Okay, we don't have this specific map in here. However, we have this. Let me.
What is attachment 2B?
This is a elevation map, but it's also an area map.
Okay.
This is campus. So the two developments that are involved in this are off of Campus Drive. I'm sorry, if I can use the laser without using the other, and it's not showing, the laser is not showing up on the screen very well. But this is behind the Moyock Library off of Campus Drive. Okay. There we go. So, sorry, this is a very touchy mouse. This is Glenmore Ridge subdivision. This is Wentworth at Currituck Reserve. Campus Drive out here, the library exiting out into Tolls Creek Road over here. This is Old Drury Road right here. The pond, Pond 7, is located here in this really bright green area in the open space for Currituck, Wentworth at Currituck Reserve.
Okay, and where on this particular map would be the ditch shown on exhibit, on construction drawing page 6, designating where dewatering or stormwater was to be exposed?
The construction drawings showed the dewatering occurring right here in this area, of this western corner of Pond 7, going into, at that time, it was internal farm ditches. Like I said earlier, this is a construction project that has, the infrastructure has been completed, and the final plat has been recorded, and now we have subdivision lots in the area, what was once all of this project area. This is all once was one piece of property.
So again, where was the ditch located, designated on page 6 of the construction drawing for the disposal of dewatering or that type of operation during construction?
It was located in this western side of Glenmore Ridge, and this general area over here is where the internal farm ditch was located on this the western property line along here.
You know, that map has a lot of colors on there. What type of map is this?
This is an elevation map that is based on LiDAR data.
Okay, what is LiDAR?
LiDAR is a way of scanning the landscape and retrieving elevation data. It's used. This is a typical way that's used to get elevation data.
And to your knowledge, how is that landscape scanned? By what means, do you know?
Typically, it's done through LiDAR is done through a special side-looking radar that is flown and scans the landscape and able to get elevation data, fairly accurate elevation data. This one is pre-construction, so it's not going to show the change in elevation that has happened with the installation of infrastructure and the installation of the ponds and ditches that's associated with the construction drawings of these two projects.
Okay, but what do the colors? I mean, this is a tool that your department relies upon.
Right.
And
This is an
planning
elevation
process.
map.
Okay. And what do the colors represent?
Changes in elevation. The red, the darker red is a higher elevation. It's 8 to 9 feet. The pink is, and as you can see, as you move away from out towards Tolls Creek, the elevation gets lower. You go from 8 to 9 feet at the really dark red area to pink to 7 to 8 feet, and down to the bright green is 6 to 7 feet, and then the really light green is 5 to 6 feet. So the elevation drops essentially from Tolls Creek back to the farm fields there at the bottom of the map.
Okay, so does this map indicate that there is land adjacent to Glenmore Ridge, Currituck Reserve, and this storm water pond location that is lower in elevation?
Yes, there are some adjacent properties that are lower in elevation.
Okay, specifically where are those?
Those are located there to the southwest and to the southern part, the south of these properties. Essentially, the lighter, where'd my mouse go? The lighter green there at the bottom of the screen.
Okay, and to your knowledge, what is the status of property development in that lighter green area at the bottom of the screen adjacent to where the stormwater pond number 7 is located?
It's currently used as active agriculture field, active cultivation.
Now, is there at some point where your department received information that caused you to investigate what might be occurring in the Glenmore Ridge or Currituck Reserve developments in early September 2019?
Yes.
And what was that?
The Monday morning, this was a document that we received from Commissioner Owen Etheridge the Monday morning after Hurricane Dorian hit our area.
Okay, and then what did this document indicate to you, if anything?
Along with what Commissioner Etheridge was asking me, that there was potentially some stormwater issues, some pumping that is going on neighboring property to Old Jury Road properties, and we were directed to investigate that by the county manager. Commissioner Etheridge came into the courthouse that morning with this map that he gave to us, and after he spoke with myself and the county manager directed us to investigate.
Okay, and what did you do then?
I discussed this with Rachel Anderson, our code enforcement officer, about the complaint that we had received. And we knew that there was an active construction site going on with Glenmore Ridge and Currituck Reserve. We pulled out the construction drawings, we pulled out the files for those two residential subdivisions. We spoke with Donna Volva, Assistant Planning Director, because she had familiarity with where they were in the process, where they were in their construction, and also reviewing those plans. So we reviewed those, and then Rachel went into the field to investigate what was happening on site.
Now, to your knowledge, had there been any unusual weather events that may have occurred on or about September 9th, 2019?
Yes, that previous weekend we had experienced Hurricane Dorian with significant rainfall for Currituck County.
And do you have any knowledge as to what the rainfall or average rain amount in this particular area may have been during that hurricane event?
That may be a better question for Rachel Anderson. She's the one who investigated and pulled the rain gauge data for those days.
Okay, so you then ultimately directed Rachel Anderson of your staff
Yes,
to go out to the site
yes,
and begin an investigation based upon information that you had received earlier the morning of September 9th,
yes.
2019. Okay. I don't have any further questions of this witness at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you.
May I cross-examine?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, proceed.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Mr. Chairman, my name is Steve Weber, and I represent the appellant, Ms. Lo Cicero. Did I get that right?
Yes.
I want to make sure I got your name right. Wanted to ask you a few questions, and I wanted to start with a question of whether you have ever visited the site that I'll call Glenmore Ridge.
Yes.
When did you visit the site the first time?
The first time I visited was the Tuesday after we received the violation. And after that, I visited again the following week, I think, with our code enforcement officer and our county engineer.
So Tuesday and then the following week.
I think so.
How big is your planning department?
We have 4 planners. 5 planners. I forgot our planner at the beach, a development technician, a code enforcement officer, and administrative assistant as far as the planning division of our department.
Do you go out and visit all of the sites that are issued a notice of violation?
No, I do not.
Why'd you visit this one?
I was requested to
By whom?
by the neighbors along Old Jury Road.
How often have you visited the property?
Have I visited Glenmore Ridge?
Correct.
In the interim, since that first visit,
From the beginning of time to tonight.
from the beginning of time to today. I don't exactly know, but probably, a dozen, just from, because it is one of a neighborhood that is under construction. It's an area that we're seeing a lot of growth in, so I have visited it several times.
Do you have any other sites that you can recall that you visited a dozen times?
Yes.
How many?
Well, this was also involved with Currituck Reserve, Waterley, and this one, so I'm grouping those all together.
All right. I'd like to talk about the timeline a little bit, if
Okay.
you don't mind. And, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to pass out some notebooks, if I may, to you all and to the witness.
Please.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Just about out of them. Have a few more. I'd like to start, if I might. I have a few blow-ups, Mr. Chairman. I'm not using the computer, but I'm going to use blow-ups. I think it's a little bit easier to see along with the notebooks. If I might set that up here.
Yes, absolutely.
We'll try it. you all see this okay? You will also notice, board members, that behind tab 22, all of the illustrative exhibits are there. So if you want to take any notes on those exhibits, you're more than welcome to do it. Those are your copies. What I'd like to do is start a timeline, and I want to make sure that we get this right because the timeline is real important. You mentioned that the complaint was brought to you by Commissioner Etheridge on Monday morning. Is that right?
Yes.
But the complaint by the citizens was before that, wasn't it?
I would assume so because he had that map that he brought to me. You would have to specifically ask him what day that the citizens contacted him.
And do you know that Commissioner Etheridge actually met with local residents on Sunday to talk about the site, the Glenmore Ridge site?
I can't specifically remember that conversation of when he met. Once again, that would be something that you probably would want to ask either the citizens or Commissioner Etheridge when he spoke to them.
Sure. So tell me the first time you heard about this incident.
Was that Monday morning when I came to work after the hurricane, and I came into this room where we had our emergency operations center set up, and not long after I came in here, Commissioner Etheridge came in with the map.
What time was that, do you think?
Sometime between 8 and 9.
Okay. I have put up there a copy of the agenda packet that's in one of the smaller black notebooks. Do you see that?
Yes.
You probably have a copy yourself, so you can look at either one you'd like to. But what I'd like to do is turn your attention to page 12 of the agenda packet. Are you there?
Yes.
All right. A couple of things on here. This is from well, let me ask you this. Who prepared this agenda packet?
Code Enforcement Officer Rachel Anderson, along with myself.
Did you approve this agenda packet before it was sent out to the board?
Yes.
All right, what I'd like to do is start with page 12, and I want to try to get a timeline here. The first item I see here is under background. Do you see that?
Yes.
And it says May 15, 2019, Glenmore Ridge subdivision construction drawings approved. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you talked to Mr. McCready about that a little bit ago, right?
Yes.
So this is September 2019, so we're back in May. So I'm going to put May 15, 2019 here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Construction plans or drawings were approved that day, right?
Correct.
Okay. So now let's talk about September itself. Let's look at the next bullet, September 5 and 6. Hurricane Dorian hits Currituck County. Is that right?
Yes.
So I'm going to write Hurricane Dorian. All right. So we have Saturday and Sunday the 8th. You don't know anything about this incident on Saturday or Sunday, is that right?
Correct.
All right, so from your perspective, let's see. This says September 9 between 8:15, or excuse me. You said it was between 8 and 9.
Yes.
And then you talked to Commissioner Etheridge, is that right?
Yes.
So I'm going to say between 8. We go back a point here. 8 and 9. Commissioner E. Okay, what happened next? After you talked to the commissioner.
With direction from the county manager,
Okay.
I talked to
the county manager.
right? He was involved in a lot of the conversation with Commissioner Etheridge.
All right. And at that point, was it your understanding that the pump that we're talking about here was on or was off?
At that point, he was talking about stormwater and that there was a pump on. And at that point, I'm not exactly sure how the conversation, all the details of that conversation.
But at that point, your understanding was the pump was on?
I know that the pump had been running. I don't know if specifically at between 8 and 9, if the pump was on. He did not come in and say, the pump is on and it's, the pump is currently on.
All right, so then the county manager directed you to investigate, is that right?
Yes.
And you called Ms. Anderson?
Yeah, I conferred with Ms. Anderson and Assistant Planning Director Donna Volva, because she had familiarity with these construction drawings.
All right, now tell me when Ms. Anderson actually went out to the Glenmore Ridge subdivision.
It was later that morning. It was, that would probably be a question better for her.
Okay.
Because like I said, there were other things going on. We just had a hurricane come into, you're from Raleigh, you know that hurricanes impact North Carolina, so we had a lot of things that we needed to address. Probably between 10 and 12 noon, Rachel went out.
All right, and what else do you know about that day after Ms. Anderson went out?
When she went out, she saw the pump running. She has a video of that. She attempted to call me, but I was away from my desk. She called Donna to try to talk with her about what she was seeing and what was on the approved plans. And I think she did end up speaking with Donna. And she came back in, and we kind of discussed what she saw and our interpretation of what was happening.
All right, and the next thing I'd like to address your attention to is tab 1 in the notebook. Is this an email from you to Mr. Mark Bissell, Justin Old, Donna, how do you pronounce Donna's last name?
Volva?
Volva, and Rachel Anderson?
Yes.
And is this an email in which you are transmitting the notices of violation to the owner?
Yes.
What time is that?
That is at 2:45.
So, 2:45, notice of violation sent, right?
Correct.
All right. And just while I'm up here, you came out on the 10th.
I came out on the 10th to meet with the Old Jury Road neighbors.
What time was that?
That was later in the afternoon, probably around 3:30.
Right, so 3:30. I'm going to say LL, is that okay?
Sure.
Business. All right. Anything else happen on the day of September 9th with respect to this incident that you can recall?
Other than staff conferring and trying to assess what was going on and evaluating what needed to happen, I don't specifically remember anything.
All right, so tell me, who drafted this background document that's in the agenda?
That would be the code enforcement officer, Rachel Anderson, along with myself.
Would it surprise you to learn that the pump might not have been on over the weekend?
Would it surprise me? No.
But you have no...
I do not live in this part of Currituck County, so I was not up here driving around listening for pumps.
So as you sit here today, you have no idea whether the pump was on at any time before Ms. Anderson actually put eyes on it. Is that right?
That is correct.
So now, if the pump wasn't on Saturday or Sunday, but the neighbors were complaining to Commissioner Etheridge about flooding, then the pump couldn't have caused the flooding over the weekend, right?
That would be a question for the appellant and his staff that he had. I do not know if that pump was on over the weekend.
Right, but what I'm asking you is, if the pump wasn't on over the weekend, and the property's flooded next door to the Glenmore Ridge subdivision, the pump couldn't have caused that flooding, right?
The flooding where?
Anywhere. If the
The
pump's
flooding
not on,
anywhere?
no, the pump's not on, no flooding could happen, right?
The flooding anywhere, can you restate that question? Because we had just had a hurricane, and I know that you're from Raleigh, and there's a little bit more topography in Raleigh, but we had a significant amount of rainfall in an area with very little elevation.
Yes, understood.
So if you're saying that only the pump could cause any type of flooding, I think could you please restate your question?
And actually, what I'm getting at is the very opposite of that. There flooding that was not caused by the pump in this area?
Potentially.
Do you know?
I do not know.
All right, so if the pump wasn't cut on at all during the weekend, but the neighbor's properties flooded, the pump couldn't have caused that flooding, right?
Well, that was not the violation that we sent. And it wasn't the Old Drury Road neighbor's property. It was the farm field to the south where the light green elevation was the violation.
Understood. So what I'm trying to do is for the board is to narrow down what the violations actually are alleged to be.
Okay.
And we might hear some conversations from the public about general flooding in the area from Hurricane Dorian. And what I want to do is be very specific about what the violation is alleged to be. And so if we could turn to the violation, the notice of violation
Okay.
itself, that's in tab 1, attached to your email.
Yes.
Can you tell me why 2 notices of violation were issued?
We altered the language at the request of the county manager initially, what do you mean, to 2 different property owners?
Well, I have 2 notices of violation that were attached to your email, right?
Yes, one was for Glenmore Ridge, one was to APVA, and one was to Allied Properties. One is the property owner, and the other one is the owner of the property that showed the construction drawings.
All right, so I don't know that the board is not from the area. This might help orient some, probably know where it is, but is this a rendering of the area that we're talking about?
Yes,
And this would have been prior to construction, correct?
this is prior to the final plat being recorded and subdivided logs being created.
So what we have here is, up here is the Moyock Library, is that right?
Yes,
And we have Glenmore Ridge and Currituck Reserve here, and that's where the subdivision is, is that right?
correct,
And here we have the old Jury Road properties, right?
correct.
Now, we have an engineer, Mr. Bissell, who's back here, who created these construction drawings. We'll talk to him in a little bit, but I asked him to put the farm ditches and the stormwater pond on this map so we can see it a little bit better. So is that generally your understanding of where the stormwater pond is?
My general understanding, yes.
All right, and so what you're telling me is that flooding that occurred on these properties by Old Jury Road is not what this violation is about.
Correct.
And so the pump was, is it fair to say, in this area here?
Yes,
I'm just going to put a little X there. And so what the violation is alleged to be is pumping that the county says came to this cornfield, is that right?
correct.
So if the board hears anything tonight about flooding along Old Jury Road properties, that's not what we're talking about.
That is not, the county's violation was the pumping in the wrong, not in accordance with the construction plans, and channeling water onto the lower adjacent property of the farm field.
Okay. So, have you heard conversation of a breach ditch?
Yes.
And what people are calling a breach ditch, that's up in this area. Is that about right?
About that would be a better question for Rachel Anderson, who actually visited the property the day of the notice of violation.
But the breach ditch has nothing to do with this violation that's alleged to have occurred, is that right?
Correct. Other than it was not part of the approved construction drawings. There was no ditch shown at that area on the approved construction drawings.
All right, show me in the notice of violation where that is alleged to be a violation.
Well, just because it's not adhered to the construction drawings.
Well, show me in the notice of violation where it says that my clients violated their construction drawings by failing to have a ditch that's nowhere near the pump.
It doesn't.
It does it on either of the notices of
No.
violation? In fact, if you look at the notice of violation, both of them, there's one thing that is noted, is that right? It has been brought to our attention that dewatering of stormwater is being conducted on the property, right? That's it.
Yes.
And it shows two pictures of the pump, correct?
Yes.
And the compliance request is dewatering of stormwater pump 7 shall cease immediately, is that right?
Yes.
This is stormwater pump 7?
Yes.
Nothing about the breach ditch, is that right?
Correct.
So, you mentioned that you put together, or at least approved this agenda packet, is that right?
Yes.
And you wanted to make sure that the board had all the information it needed to make an informed decision about the violation that's alleged to have occurred, is that right?
Yes.
And can you take the notebook of the agenda packet and yours or mine that I gave you, and can you point the board to where the modified notices of violation are in your agenda packet?
I don't know if we included the modified version.
Well, I think it's important that the board knows, don't you, that the NOVs were modified?
Yes.
And tell me where that is.
They were accidentally excluded. I think we have 2 of the copies, so.
They're not in the agenda packet that went to the board, is that right?
Correct.
So the board has never seen the amended or the modified NOVs to this day.
Correct.
Don't you find that important for the board to know that the NOVs were modified?
Yes.
Well, let's take a look at that. If you turn to number 4, behind the notebook, tell me when you're there.
Yes.
All right, so is this an email from you to the applicant's lawyer and others that's transmitting a modified notice of violation?
Yes.
And you sent out 2 of those, right?
Yes.
All right, so the modified notice of violation, why did you send out those?
Well, did that at the direction of the county manager.
Okay, and why?
That is something that you'll have to ask him.
You're the planning director. You don't know why you modified NOVs?
I guess after reading, I would assume after reading the Ms. Schwadler's email, he decided that we needed to amend our language, amend the language of the notice of violation.
All right, well, let's look for a second at Ms. Schwedler's email to you and others. The second one, and this is behind tab 4, number 2, she says, Lori, that's you, right?
That is me.
There is no evidence that water was channeled onto lower adjacent properties, and there was no, quote, substantial damage to lower adjacent properties as claimed in the NOVs. Do you see that?
Yes.
And what did you do when you modified the NOV?
We removed no substantial damage to lower adjacent properties.
So this says the NOVs are amended to take out or at such volumes as to cause substantial damage to such lower adjacent properties. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's because there was no evidence of substantial damage to lower adjacent properties, right?
Correct.
And
Wait, there was channeling, and there could have been substantial damage to the farm field,
Well, why did you strike that from the NOV then?
as I was instructed to by the county manager.
Right, but you're the planning director. You're not the county manager. Why did the
But
planning...
the county
I'm
manager
sorry.
is,
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. I apologize.
that's okay.
Okay, go
That
ahead.
would be a question that you would need to ask the county manager.
Okay, but I'm asking you as the head of the planning department for Currituck County, why you deleted a sentence in the NOV and sent that NOV to Mr. Old that deletes substantial damage to lower adjacent properties.
I was directed to by the county manager.
And I sent an appeal of this modified NOV to you, is that right?
You did.
And that's behind tab 5? Excuse me, tab 6?
That was, yes.
And this appeal wasn't included in the board's packet either, was it?
No.
So they don't know, based on all the documentation I put together and prepared for this appeal, what my grounds for the appeal are, because they didn't get that paper, isn't that right?
No.
No, it's not right, or no, they
No,
didn't get it?
if it's not in the packet,
Let's look at the specific, but you need to take more time to look in the packet.
no.
So, let's then start over with the notice of violation with your language, sir. If you turn to page 7 or tab 7, you will see the original notice of violation, and then in red, I have stricken what you asked to be stricken. Do you see that?
Yes.
So would you agree with me that that's the new NOV?
Yes.
All right, and the reason that's the new NOV is because you were asked to do it by the county attorney.
Yes.
Okay, so here is the original notice of violation, and it indicates 2 sections that are alleged to be violated. You see that?
Yes.
All right, so I have put up the Currituck County ordinance, and you have it there too. Can you find and show me what section 2.4.8.6 is?
I think that was a typo. Construction drawing standards, effect, amendment, and expiration.
So there is no such thing?
No, there is 2.4, 2.4.86. It's our subdivision subsection, is our subdivision section, and 6 is construction drawing standards, effect, amendment, and expiration.
Well, let's look at that because I looked through the ordinance and I don't find that section anywhere. Let's go to 2.4.8.
2.4.8, E6. There was an E that was left out.
Oh, okay, so this doesn't exist as it's written up here.
Correct. It was a simple typographical error.
Okay, fair enough. So you had the opportunity at the direction of the county manager to fix any errors in the NOV. Did you correct that error in the NOV when you modified it?
No, I did not.
All right, so what do you say is the correct section? Because my client wants to know what is alleged to be violated.
Two point 4.8 E, major subdivision. 6, construction drawing standards, effect, amendment, and expiration.
Okay, so I'm reading this and it says, oh, by the way, board members, this is behind. Behind tab 13. And I think it's important to look at the language of this, just because now we know what's alleged to be violated. And this says, number 6 is construction drawing standards, effect, amendment, expiration. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'm reading under A, and it says construction drawings shall be approved only on a finding the applicant demonstrates the drawings comply with those sections. Is that right?
Yes.
But do you remember back on our timeline, the very first thing I put was May 15, 2019. Isn't that when the construction drawings were approved?
Yes.
So this section applies to the approval process, right?
Yes.
And not to what happens after the approval process.
Yes.
Now, if you look at D1, final plat, do you see that? This on page 248, 2.48.
Yes.
This talks a little bit about construction drawings. Actually, it's in your notebook. Final plat D1, it says, or D2, it says, final engineering may be modified in the field, provided that as-built drawings are submitted. Do you see that?
I do see that.
So you agree that things can be modified given certain circumstances as long as the as-bills are accurate.
Yes.
Like for example, after a hurricane, if a pump is moved 100 feet, that could be a change in the construction drawings. But as long as the as-bills are okay, then it's allowed in this provision. Is that right?
Because would the as-built show the pumping that it's, or are you going to have an as-built that's going to be submitted to show where the pumping was moved temporarily?
Well, I don't know. We don't have the as-bills yet, do we?
None were ever submitted. No as-built showing that change were ever submitted.
But it's certainly allowed as long as the as-bills ultimately show it, right? Show it.
I think the as-built typically don't show pumping, dewatering during the construction process. The as-built, because that's during the construction process, an as-built would show what's on the ground as it's built, not what was done during procedures and processes during construction.
So there can be procedures and processes that sort of move around on a construction site that don't show up in the as-built.
Potentially, a dewatering should have occurred where the construction drawings indicated.
And that would be existing farm ditches, is that right?
Internal existing farm ditches on the western side of the sedimentation pond.
But doesn't the comment say existing farm ditches?
The existing? Yes.
And when we looked, let's look at one. Smell it. This is a rendering of this Glenmore Ridge site development plans. Do you see that?
Yes.
I've highlighted in blue. By the way, board members, this is I want to say no. This is number 9 here, and I think this is real important. It has a couple of interesting things on it. These blue lines, those are existing farm ditches, is that right?
Yes.
And so as long as the pumping occurs within the existing farm ditches, then it's within the construction plan, is that right?
Typically, when you have an arrow such as that, that is the direction that it should be pumped to. But that would be a question for our county engineer or Mr. Bissell, how much leeway that arrow has under construction drawings. We would take it that the pumping should have occurred where it was noted on the construction drawings.
All right. Now, where do these existing farm drains end up? Which direction do they flow?
They flow to the lower property, to the lower elevation, which is to the south.
All right, so these arrows, it's correct that the farm ditches, the existing farm ditches travel this way, sort of north, this is north, so it's to the left of the page, is that correct?
Yes.
And then they catch this other existing farm ditch and head to a common outlet, is that right?
Potentially, yes.
Well, is it right or not?
Yes. I don't know how all the stormwater in this area works. That would be a question for Mr. Bissell or Mr. Weatherly.
We'll ask Mr. Bissell, he's here. So if I pump right here to this existing farm ditch, or I pump right here to this existing farm ditch,
Potentially.
So let me just show you right here. Could you put up that drawing, what do you call it, LiDAR?
The elevation,
Yes. Okay, so this, you told us that this was before development, is that right?
the LiDAR elevation, yes.
So this is when it was farm.
Yes,
And many things have occurred on this site since it was farm, right?
yes.
Like it was re-elevated
There was fill brought in, yes,
and there were lots put on it
correct.
and there was a stormwater basin put on it.
Yes,
None of that is shown up in this, is that right?
correct. The
this-
LiDAR is not flown very often. It's not flown like bi-yearly, biannually, or anything like that.
Now, is this the sole basis for the county's conclusion that the stormwater was discharged to lower adjacent property?
No.
What is it?
We have video of the pump running and going on to the lower adjacent property of the farm field, that it went over a silt fence. We have staff observation on that September 9th. So no, this is not our only basis for that we were pumping onto lower adjacent properties.
In fact, this is no basis at all, is it? Because it's pre-construction.
This gives you the general slope of the land and what was existing and what's existing there now outside of this construction area. So there is some merit and basis to do this if you use it in context with site observations, videos, and visiting the property.
And did your county engineer, Mr. Weatherly, did he determine specific elevation points at this property?
That would be something you would need to ask Mr. Weatherly.
Do you know?
He was asked to go out there and to visit the property, and I'm not sure everything that he did.
But do you know?
Do I know? I think he went out there, and once again, you'll have to ask him specifically which elevation points he took,
All
if
right.
he took
well,
any.
So here, you indicated where you thought this was the general area where the pumping occurred, is that right?
Yes.
All right, if you can look on your map, this is prepared by the engineer, Mr. Bissell, and we'll talk to him in a minute, but I want you to look at the elevation points, if you don't mind. And this is what I would call the cornfield, is that what you would call it?
Yes.
All right, so let's look at top of bank. There are two top of banks on the cornfield side. You see those? And we also have two other data points in that order. And these are specific post stormwater fund data points. You'll notice on this one, cornfield side is 5.6. The development side is 5.13. So that would be higher elevation, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Then you have down closer to the bottom, top of bank is 5.59 on the cornfield side and 5.06 on the development side. So the development side is lower and the cornfield is a higher elevation, is that right?
Yes.
And down here in the corner, you have the bank at 6.48 on the development side and 6.75 on the lower off-site side. So even in this corner, the development side is lower elevation than the off-site property, is that right?
Yes.
So according to this map, if Mr. Bissell did it correctly, any discharge off-site would have been to higher adjacent property, is that right?
At this time, construction wasn't completed on this, and I don't think those specific points. If that's what he's saying, then potentially.
Do you know Mr. Bissell?
I do know Mr. Bissell.
And Mr. Bissell has engineered more developments in the county of Currituck than any human alive, hasn't he?
If he says so, I'll believe him.
What do you think?
He has been a frequent applicant during my tenure in Currituck.
You believe him? You believe his work?
Do I believe his work?
Do you believe that these are accurate data points prepared by Mr. Bissell?
I have potentially.
Do you have any reason to doubt it?
Not after if this is finished grade and finished construction. I don't have any.
What if it was at the time that the pumping happened?
I guess I have no reason to disbelieve him.
So, when you modify the notice of violation, you delete it, striking from the last sentence, or at such volumes to cause substantial damage to lower adjacent properties. You deleted that because there wasn't, right? They're all higher elevation, according to Mr. Bissell.
No, we deleted because of the substantial damage.
But you just said earlier you didn't know why you deleted it. You said it's because of the county investigation.
So
I'm just trying to remember what you said.
okay.
Is that what you said?
And you asked me why he directed me to do that, and that was because the substantial damage portion was my understanding of why he directed me to do that, and so.
And that's because no substantial damage occurred on the cornfield. Is that right?
I would assume so.
So if you look at the data, the rain rate data in the package, that was done by Ms. Anderson, right?
Yes.
So you don't know about that.
I know there was a hurricane and we received substantial rainfall during the hurricane.
But Ms. Anderson looked at the chart and prepared
Yes.
that for this.
Yes.
All right, I'll ask her about that. So you understand that the county commissioners and Mr. Strikeleather and others have said that this development is not flooding off-site properties. You understand that, right?
Objection.
You have a basis with these?
Yeah, that's hearsay.
Well,
Anything the commissioners may have said outside this proceeding.
well,
Let's assess the objection first.
sir.
So,
So this is, I'll tell you what it is to give you foundation. This is a video in open session in Currituck County, taken off the Currituck County governmental website, of the county commissioners and Mr. Strikeleather talking. Both are party opponents, and additionally, as you know, Counselor, the rules of evidence don't apply here if it's a competent evidence, so it can be admitted.
Well, not necessarily. First of all, we'll submit that Mr. Weber is not competent to authenticate this video. Secondly, it's not an admission by a party opponent if it's individual commissioners talking. An individual commissioner does not in and of himself act on behalf of the county. That is a board that acts on behalf of the county. What I suspect he's probably going to try to portray also is statements from lay people who have not been deemed or determined to be experts to be able to give competent material substantive evidence related as to how or whether stormwater systems operate, how or whether or what ways that stormwater moves on this particular piece of property to adjacent properties.
And I have 3 clips, all of which are from, one is from Mr. Strikeleather, one is from Commissioner Beaumont, and one is from Commissioner Wilson. White, and that's all of it, not from citizens, and if the county can't speak through its commissioners, how can the county speak? The county can't speak through its
Can
county
you
manager. How can the county speak?
can you explain to me the relevance of the clips? Are you? I think you can summarize the point that you're making, that you feel the clips would support. And if you could do that, then maybe we could have a better idea of whether it's something that, should be admissible here.
Absolutely. You'll hear, there are 30-second clips, 3 of them, or 4 of them actually, 30 seconds, and each of the commissioners is saying that the development, the Glenmore Ridge development, did not cause flooding on neighboring properties. Simple as that.
Well, in terms of the county, that it's a statement by a party opponent, I don't know that the commissioners, there's no approval, that's not a formal action by the board. I don't know that's actually a formal statement by the county itself. I think that's the county's position when being made is by an action by the cohesive board. If there was a resolution adopted, if there was something to that effect, 'cause I don't know that's a statement by a party opponent. I think you can ask Ms. LaCicero if she's aware of those statements, but, I would kind of go back to the chairman's question about the relevance of those statements, because we're here about staff's determination of the violation, not the commissioner's determination of what occurred. So we're here on staff determination. So why is any statement by the commissioners relevant?
Well, the commissioners appoint the Board of Adjustment, and I think it's instructive for the Board of Adjustment to know that the commissioners believe that this development did not flood the neighbor's properties. Simple as that. And I will say,
I don't think that's instructive to the Board of Adjustment. The Board of Adjustment is an independent body that's supposed to review and an appeal. Their board is sitting as part of the reason we asked if there's any conflicts at the beginning of the hearing. The board is sitting as a judicial board for these hearings, so I don't think that the Board of Commissioners instructs them. Specifically, that again is individual commissioners' action, not a cohesive board position. So I would say that I don't think it's relevant to this action. Because we're here on staff determination, not an individual commissioner's statement. That's my recommendation.
Yeah, and I would add to that, you may not know my background, but my background is in environmental science, environmental regulatory compliance, and I'm here to hear concrete evidence backed up by science, data, maps, drawings, anything of that nature. And while I respect any opinion that any one of our commissioners may have on whether an individual act contributed to flooding or not, I certainly don't think that would be relevant in our decision making here, because that, to me, that's an opinion that any of them would be offering at any given time, and I'd prefer to just stick with the facts. I think you're presenting a very good cross-examination here as it is, and I don't feel like that's something that will be relevant here.
fair enough. And may I clarify that if I call Mr. Cycleather to the stand, I can show him his own video and potentially impeach him with his own video?
I think that if you call Mr. Strickleather, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Yes, I think if his statement and testimony is inconsistent with a prior statement he made, you can ask him about that.
Okay. And the final thing is that section 2.3.84 offers of testimony. In the event any testimony is excluded as irrelevant, the person submitting such testimony shall have an opportunity at the hearing to offer such testimony to be entered into the record. Such offer shall be made at the public hearing. So I'm making an offer of testimony that these clips be entered into the hearing, but I'm not asking that they be shown.
Okay.
Yes,
Chairman, is that fair?
yes, I'm fine with that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So let's look at the second round.
I'm sorry, just for the record, these clips, are you going to submit them to the clerk, or how are they documented? So
They
that
are.
we can have them for the record and identify them?
Yes, thank you. There are 4 clips,
Okay.
and I have provided them to the county previously.
Okay.
The clerk has them.
Okay.
And I'm happy to resubmit them in whatever.
So I think let's just, if we could, for the record, identify the agenda packet as County 1, your binder. I only have one binder from you, is that right?
Yes.
As Appellant 1?
Sure.
And then your recordings as 2?
Yes.
Okay.
And then I'd like to put my packet in my notebook as appellate 3.
Well, I would want to make clear that those videos are not admitted as evidence.
They're
They have
just
been
for the
admitted as
record.
offer of proof.
That's
Right.
Right.
Correct. I agree.
Yeah, I'm
I
just
agree.
trying to keep track of where they are.
Yes.
We need the.
So I would say the notebook, appellate 1, videos, appellate 2, my copy of the agenda packet, appellate 3, my copy of the Currituck County Ordinance, appellate 4. Is that fair? So I would like to move this along, and are you finished, Councilor? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Let's just turn to then the second round, on which the NOV was supposedly based, and that is this statement. This is in the ordinance. This is behind. Let's see, 11, one page. It's verbatim. I cut and pasted it. This is what you say in your initial NOV was violated, correct?
Yes.
No development may be constructed or maintained so that surface waters from such development are unreasonably collected and channeled onto lower adjacent properties at such locations or at such volumes as to cause substantial damage to such lower adjacent properties. That was what the alleged violation is, correct?
Correct.
You struck part of this, right?
Yes.
Starting from or such volumes. Correct?
Yes.
So how can there be a violation if you don't allege that the whole provision is in violation?
And ultimately, it was the pumping of, at the wrong location from the construction drawings that was our main concern. The pumping stopped, so he brought it into compliance, and we consider the case closed.
Understood, but my client runs a business, and people ask if my client has received notices of violation. And it's different than if you receive a notice of violation, you stop the violation and you close it out, versus having a notice of violation that's not proper. And if we're successful in this appeal, and the board finds it to withdraw or revoke the NOVs, then there are no NOVs. That's very different in my client's business than having an NOV and closing it out. So what I'm trying to find out is, initially, the county said you violated this entire provision. You came back and modified it and said you only violated part of this provision. How can that be a violation?
So it was still channeled onto lower adjacent property. We have video of it being channeled onto lower adjacent properties.
But that's half of the elements. The county has to show the whole provision of violation.
Potentially, but there also was unreasonably collected and channeled onto lower adjacent properties.
Well, we'll talk about That's half. Or halfway there. County has to show that you violated, that my client violated the whole provision, but you struck it. So even if my client unreasonably collected and channeled onto lower adjacent properties, it's still not a violation. Because it has to be in such a way that it causes substantial damage to lower adjacent properties, right?
Potentially.
Well, I'm just reading what you did in your modified NOV.
That would be a question for the county manager.
It's a question for the planning board. You issued the NOV,
Yes.
so I'm asking you. You signed it.
I guess there's potential inconsistency there.
I have other questions, but I think I'll stop there. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. At this time, I would like to ask any members of the board whether we have questions for the staff.
I do. Hello, Ms. LaCicero. How are you
Mr.
tonight?
Craddock? I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing great. I wanted to clarify this exhibit that we have in front of us here.
Yes.
Attorney Weber is saying that you're only using half of that particular statement. But I see the word "or" right after locations.
Mm-hmm.
Does the "or" mean it has to include the lower part of that sentence, or does that "or" mean it could be either or of those things that cause a violation?
Potentially the "or." I think it meant at such locations or at such volumes. The "or" is there.
So in your interpretation, the "or" means it could be the first part of that sentence or the latter part of that sentence, which you're interpreting could have been the cause for the notice of violation.
Yes.
So as I'm reading that citation there, and as I mentioned before, my line of work is in environmental regulation, so I read regulations all day long, every day, 5 days a week, and they can be very tricky, and sometimes the way they're worded, it's not always in the best way to make clear what the intent is. In this case, as I read this appears to me to be the substantial damage portion of the standard is an integral part of it, because if the "or," so you referred to the "or," if the "or" was significant, you could stop that sentence after the word locations. And if you do that, it doesn't make sense. Mm-hmm. So you wouldn't say no development may be constructed or maintained so that surface waters from such development are unreasonably collected and channeled onto lower adjacent properties at such locations, period. So that tells me that the substantial damage portion of it is an integral part of the standard, and that the "at such locations" or "at such volumes" are qualifiers, conditional language, meaning that that location could play a role in causing substantial damage, or volume could play a role in causing substantial damage. But I don't. It's hard to see how the substantial damage part of the sentence could be removed from it and it maintain the same meaning.
I agree with you. I think the whole thing addresses the damages. It all goes towards the damages.
Any other questions you have?
If the board doesn't have any more questions for Ms. LaCicero, I'm sure that county, do you have any
I don't
follow-up
have any
questions?
questions, no.
Okay.
I think I may have one or two more. So the relationship between the approved site plan and the stormwater activities, that's what you were referring to in section 2.4.8?
Yes.
That's where it ties the approval of the site plan to the stormwater management regulations.
Yes.
And under the stormwater regulations, I'm an air guy, so I'm not real familiar with the stormwater regulations, but the stormwater regulations, the activity of pumping this pond in and of itself, if there were no flooding, but just pumping into one of the interior ditches, farm ditches, that's an allowable activity under the stormwater regulations?
Yes, during construction, as they are building these basins, that is an allowable activity. As they're digging these ponds out and creating the elevation difference, yes, dewatering is as an allowable use. I mean, as an allowable activity during the construction phase, and typically it adheres to the approved construction plan, and with that arrow and direction,
Right, okay.
location.
And upon visiting the site, did you find flooding in the cornfield
Yes.
at that time? There was flooding in the cornfield, the adjacent cornfield?
Based on the video, and that this would be, I did not visit the site the day on September 9th. I was there on Old Jury Road and visited the back of that property, and I didn't go to the cornfield, but I did walk that, and there is an elevation difference between where the pump was down to the cornfield where the pump was directed.
And was the pump directed directly into one of the ditches?
No,
Or
not that
was
we
it-
could see. It
or
was
was it
going
dir-
at such velocity. We have, and once again, this would be a question for Ms. Anderson, because she visited the property that day. She saw the pump, how the pump was directed and what it was doing, and where it was going, where it was headed. I'm sorry, and I forgot your specific question.
I was wanting to know whether the pump was actually pumping into the ditches, into one of the adjacent ditches directly, or was
Not
it?
directly, no.
Was it, where was it pumping?
It was, I feel like that question could be better illustrated watching the video and seeing Rachel's pictures.
Okay, are we going to get a chance to see
Yes.
that video?
Yes.
And then the last question that I have is, the LiDAR graphic that you showed, granted that was prior to construction, but I do think that that's relevant, because any activity that's occurring at the site, if you're bringing in fill and things of that nature, you're not really going to lower the development site. If anything, you raise that, and the cornfield is already lower to begin with. So, I mean, I think there's probably a reasonable chance that cornfield is still lower overall. Now, there may be some higher spots within the cornfield, and those of you who are from this area understand it is flat here, but it's not totally flat, and we do have some rolling. Real gentle. If you're not looking for it, you won't really know it, but those of us, we call them mountains, but those fields can roll a little bit, and there can be individual higher spots within those fields, but the overall field may be lower than the adjacent property. So I'm still not totally clear on that aspect of it, the elevation. And the only thing it seems that we have is either individual points from the drawing, from the diagram, or the LiDAR. That kind of gives us that understanding of the relationship of the elevations between the two properties. But I would like to see that video when we get around to it.
Okay. I believe she's going to be a witness that the county attorney will be calling.
Okay. All right. Anybody have any more questions for Ms. LaCicero?
I had one additional question for you, Ms. LaCicero. In your opinion, do you believe that LiDAR is more accurate than on-site measurements done by a surveyor?
I think LiDAR can give you a general overview and a general lay of the land and know how things generally slope. You can go into, and I agree with Mr. Breathwaite, that you can go in and find individual spots that are higher that would probably, that are not in general going with the LiDAR. Surveyed spot data is going to be more accurate than a generalized elevation.
So your opinion is the LiDAR is less accurate than on-site measurements?
Correct.
Thank you.
But on-site measurements, you're looking at one specific area or one specific spot.
Right. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm okay.
No questions?
I'm good. I know.
Okay, Ms. LaCicero, I think we're good. Thank you.
County calls Rachel Anderson.
Okay.
Please state your name and how you're employed.
My name is Rachel Anderson. I'm employed with Currituck County Code Enforcement in the Planning Department.
And you are soft-spoken, so could you speak up or turn your microphone on?
There you go. Sorry. My name is Rachel Anderson, and I'm employed with Currituck County in Community and Planning Department as a code enforcement officer.
How long have you been employed by the county?
Tomorrow will be 2 years.
And what are your duties and responsibilities as a code enforcement officer?
My duties and responsibilities are to enforce the Unified Development Ordinance and the County Code of Ordinances as it applies to code enforcement.
And in that capacity, you were employed at September 9th, 2019, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And was there some point on September 9th, 2019 that you were asked to go out to the Glenmore Ridge, Currituck Reserve properties?
Yes, sir.
And what was it? Who asked you to go to those properties?
I was asked by Lori LaCicero, my supervisor.
And why were you directed to go to those properties?
I was directed to go and investigate pumping that was occurring on the property that may have been in violation with our ordinance.
And upon receiving that direction from Ms. LaCicero, what did you do?
Can I backtrack 1 second? So the deputy came at first, and once the deputy showed up, then I was informed by the supervisor why the deputy was there.
Deputy Sheriff?
The deputy sheriff, Corbell. And we kind of stopped, and I said, well, what exactly am I looking at? And we went over everything with Donna, sorry if I butcher her name, Volova, the assistant planning director, and Lori Licistro, as far as the construction drawings and what I would be looking at on site.
What were you told to expect to look at on site?
Look for a pump, pumping water. That was pretty much very general. I was given that map that's shown as an attachment.
The hand-drawn map
Yes,
that Mr. Cicero testified to a little while ago,
yes.
back at page 20. Okay, what did you do next?
I then called the deputy back because I was directed that he had to go with me. And from there, he met me on site and went to the location, found where the pump was, and walked to where the pumping was occurring on the property.
Okay, let's step back and I guess for Mr. Weber's timeline. What time were you first directed to go to the site?
The deputy arrived very early, and then shortly after he arrived is when I was directed to go to the site. So around 8:15 is my approximate time. I don't want to give a definitive time because I can't be for certain. I didn't put it on a tracker of anything. So that's my approximate. It was very early on in the day.
And approximately what time did you then leave the courthouse and go to the...
Approximately 11. And that timeline can be backed up with the pictures of when I was there. They're time-stamped and dated.
Okay, and upon arriving at the Glenmore Ridge Currituck Reserve development site, what did you do?
I had to actually get out of the car and walk a little bit to where the pumping was being conducted on the property of APVA.
If you may borrow your
Absolutely.
board.
Absolutely.
Okay, just for the board adjustment purposes, just can you go up to the board and point exactly where it was that you walked along the property until you reached the pump?
So came in through this way, where that road is.
So Campus Drive, to your knowledge?
Yes. There wasn't really much here, it was still being developed, it was very muddy. Came about here and had to walk along the, I guess you would call it a ridge, buffer, so to speak, to get to this area.
Okay, and what was in that area you just pointed to?
The pump, which is on the slide. Just to change it. Yeah.
Deb, can you put back the PowerPoint back on? Thank you.
This is the pump.
Okay, so that's what you observed when you got to that point?
Yes.
Okay. And describe what you saw.
What I saw is the pump was on, and it was pushing water out to the right of this picture down, and there's more pictures that show that.
Okay, can you step up to that board and that map and indicate to the Board of Adjustment in what direction you saw the water being discharged?
This way?
Okay, so you're indicating from the,
Southwest.
okay, to the adjacent property, is that what you observed?
To the adjacent farm field.
Okay. And you have other photographs of what you observed?
Yes. This is showing the water coming out. One thing I want to point out is it may be hard to see in this picture. I don't know if the packets show the pictures a little bit better. If you look to the left, the silt fence, as you go down the picture to the right, and as we go through these pictures, you will not see the silt fence where it should be. If you look to the right of this picture, it's hard to see the silt fence because of it's underwater from being on site. That's what I observed. And to the left, where the water was not being pushed that way, it was being pushed this way, you can see the silt fence. And that's another view of the water, and you can see where it's flowing and where the silt fence should be. You can see the very top of it. And this is another angle. And in this picture, you can see the water being discharged towards that farm field, just as I described. This is a picture of the farm field that day. Did I pass the video?
And so is the water being discharged from the hose connected to the pump into a ditch?
It was on not going into a ditch. It was within the property overflowing the silt fences.
And so would you describe it as it was sheet flowing?
Can you give me the definition of sheet flowing?
Where the water was just flowing freely across the ground?
Yes.
So that there's no hose or pipe that was actually placed within a drainage ditch from your observation?
No. I wasn't able to walk through there.
Why not?
Well, with the amount of water and in my opinion, I think it would be dangerous to be walking through there with the amount of water going and the velocity it was coming out.
Okay, and did you also take a video of what you observed at this time on September 9th, 2019?
Yes, I did.
Okay, is that video taken by you?
Yes.
And then what method did you use to create the video?
My tablet.
Okay. And does the video accurately reflect what you observed at the time that the video was taken?
Yes.
All right.
How do you double click on this?
Sorry.
This is the video.
Got it?
All right, after you made these, what was that last picture? Attachment 12 or 14? What
This one?
is that showing?
This is showing, this isn't the day of the violation. This is the following day. I was asked to go back out to the property, and this was determined the next day that there was a breach in the silt fence.
This wasn't a basis for the notice of violation. I think it's been testified. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right, and so then what did you do after you made your observations of September 9th, 2019?
I came back to the well, I immediately called Lori, my supervisor.
Approximately what time was that?
I'm going to refer to my notes on this. Around 11:30, approximately.
Okay. And you called Miss Cicero?
And she was not available. She did not answer. So my next chain of command would be Donna, the assistant planning director. And I spoke with her and explained to her the totality of the circumstances and what was going on out there. And discuss what we needed to do next. After trying to flag down, we did speak to a construction worker on site. He explained to us that he was not involved in this site. It was another company. So we kind of just left him. He was the only one on site at the time. So I came back to the office because he wasn't going to touch the pump. It wasn't his.
So when you left, was the pump still operating?
Yes.
Was there any person tending to the pump?
No. The only person on site was for the other property, and he said that's not his equipment. He's not going to touch it.
And so approximately how long were you at the site?
I'd say less than an hour, around 30 minutes.
And was the pump operating the entire time that you were there?
Yes.
So then what did you do after you left the site?
I returned to the office and compiled the notice of violation as instructed.
Okay. As has been testified to by Ms. LaCicero?
Yes.
Did you ever have an occasion to speak with Mr. Old?
Briefly, on site.
On September 9th, 2019?
Not that day.
Okay, did you return to the site on September 9th, 2019 after the notice of violation was prepared?
No.
Okay. And so when did you next go to the site?
I was next at the site on September 10th when I was asked to go back out on the Old Jury Road side.
Okay, and so what was the purpose of going to the Old Jury Road side of this development?
I was informed that there was another breach in the silt fence or an issue and to look at it, and there was.
That's a picture you showed a few moments ago.
That is a picture.
I'm going to object as irrelevant. It's been testified that the breach dish has nothing to do with this violation.
I'm going to go ahead and allow it, but I do understand that that's not relevant to the issue at hand here, unless there's something we're missing here that.
I think it can be admissible for the purpose of explaining while she was on site or why she was called back out to the site, although it's not a basis of the violation, should not be considered for any purpose other than explaining her actions or her presence on site that day.
Okay, so then what occurred after you made that observation that the silt fence was breached?
Well, I was told there was a meeting relatively close by, so I did stop by.
A meeting where and with whom?
At Karen Caldwell's house with Justin Old, Lori LaCicero, Ron Shacker, one of our building inspectors, was there.
Okay, who's Karen Caldwell?
She was a homeowner on Old Jury Road.
Is her property adjacent to Glenmore Ridge and Currituck Reserve?
Yes.
Okay. And so did you then go to that meeting?
Briefly.
Okay. And who was there?
From my recollection, on our staff, it was Lori LaCicero, Ron Shacker, Justin Old, his father, Kim Old, Karen Caldwell, Mike Hall, and there was a few others. I don't recall names.
Okay, and what did you talk to Mr. Old at that meeting?
Before the meeting had began, I did show him the pictures of where the breach silt fence was, and he said he wasn't aware and he would be fixing it.
Did you speak to him about the pumping that you had observed the previous day?
I don't believe we spoke about that at all.
Any comment? Did you speak to him about the notice of violation?
I don't believe we discussed that at all.
All right, so then what occurred after that meeting?
I left the meeting. I didn't stay for the entirety of that meeting. I had prior obligations.
Okay, at some point did you determine that the pump had been removed, or pumping had stopped and or been removed from the pond, stormwater pond?
Yes.
Okay, when was that?
The pump was removed. If you can go back to the slides, please. So that same day, I was out there checking when I was asked to go back out, it was discovered the pump had stopped and in fact was moved. And this picture right here shows the pump was removed from Pond 7. So it was not in that that location anymore. So it was, if you look at this picture, the pump would have been further to the left and down.
Can you show on the board here where you observe the pump to have been moved to? And do you know whether it was operating at that time?
It was not.
And so did you at some point determine that the notice of violation was complied with?
Yes.
And when was that?
I would say that day that it was complied.
And so having found compliance, what did you do?
Close the case out. It's done.
Did you ever make another visit to Glenmore Ridge or Currituck Reserve?
Yes, several.
Okay, and what was the purpose for those visits?
I was asked to go.
Who asked you to go?
Lori Lissisro, my supervisor.
And what was the purpose, do you know? You do know you went, but what was the purpose for you going?
One of the purposes was to recheck to make sure that silt fence was fixed, which was the 17th.
September 17th, 2019?
Yes, September 17th, 2019. And it was fixed in that location that we also addressed with him. And I was asked to also just go to assist with anything that the county engineer was looking at.
I'm just going to object for the record to strike any discussion of the breach fence and compliance with the what they call the breach ditch. It has nothing to do with whether the pump was on or off. And she testified that the pump was turned off on the next day.
At this point, Mr. Chair, the testimony was the silt fence was not part of the violation. It's not relevant
Yeah.
to your review at this point, so
Yeah,
Let's
his
move on.
objection should be allowed.
yeah, I'll allow that. His objection.
Okay, so did you again go to the site after September 17th, 2019?
Yes.
When was that?
September 18th, 2019.
And why did you visit the site on September 18th, 2019?
I must have been asked again to go.
Okay, and so what did you do when you arrived?
Took a few pictures. And just when I was there, I just noted the farm field because that's where I originally saw the water going and that issues were occurring towards that area. So I took note of that and took pictures. That's on the slideshow. Do you want me to go to that or go back?
Well, just what you observed on the 19th.
So this is on the 18th is when it was.
I'm sorry, the 18th.
Yes. This is the farm field. So you saw the first picture. This would have been the 18th, so roughly 9 days later.
But do you know where that water came from 9 days later?
No.
Okay. Earlier there was Mr. Webb was asking Ms. LaCicero about the notice modifying notices of violation not being contained in the board's packet. Do you recall that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. But you had copies of that with you tonight, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
And during the course of your testimony, you were prepared to have those modified notices introduced, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. But they've now been introduced, and so I guess that's a moot point.
Yes.
All right, have you had any further reports or complaints that you received or acted upon relative to the discharge of stormwater at Glenmore Ridge or Currituck Reserve contrary to construction plans?
No.
And you deemed that the matter compliant on September 10th, 2019, and the matter closed, is that correct?
Yes.
Were civil citations ever issued?
No.
Was any other enforcement action ever taken?
No.
And that's because they were compliant, is that correct?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions at this time, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, appellant.
I'll make this quick because I know it's getting late. So let me just ask you, I'm trying to get the timeline in. Just to sort of forecast, are you aware that this pump operated a total of 2 hours?
No.
So did you visit this Glenmore Ridge property at any time prior to 11:30 on night? Or 11-ish?
No.
Did you take any pictures of any kind of the cornfield on October 8th? Excuse me, September 8th?
No.
So you have no idea what the cornfield looked like on September 8th?
No.
So it could have been flooded by Hurricane Dorian on September 8th, right?
Yes.
So tell me when you went to the site.
On September 9th, 2019. It's approximately, just going to refer back to my notes again, around 11.
Does the agenda packet say 11:20?
11:20, you're right. Actively on site with the deputy.
I'm going to put RA, okay?
Okay.
How many, in your 2 years at the county, how many stormwater violations have you investigated?
Things that impact stormwater, like under the stormwater violations. Can you clarify that question?
Any stormwater violations?
I wouldn't be able to give you a definitive answer without looking.
How many times has a deputy accompanied you?
None.
Why did the deputy accompany
I don't know.
you? Who told the deputy to accompany?
It came through my supervisor, and I was told it came through the county manager.
Why did you feel unsafe?
I didn't. And let me backtrack. I have gone on to a few, I misspoke. I have gone to a few sites with assistance of deputies. So let me backtrack that statement. I'm sorry.
Okay. So you left when?
Left the site.
I'm sorry.
Approximately around 11:30.
You said you were there about an hour.
10 minutes.
So you were there 10 minutes?
What it says approximately.
So 10 minutes you saw the pump running, right?
Yes, according to my testimony.
So we had the county watching the pumps run for 10 minutes, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you came back to the property on the 10th, were the pumps running?
No,
And there was only one pump running.
one pump.
So, Mr. McCree said that because the modified NOVs were introduced tonight, that it's a moot point. But I don't think it's a moot point. Why wasn't it in the agenda packet?
I would say it was missed by me because it wasn't done by me. So it was an oversight.
But you believe it's important that the board knows that these
Were modified, yes.
And you understand that the phrase substantial damage to lower adjacent properties was stricken from the NOV, right?
Yes.
Why was
It wasn't my decision, so you'd have to ask the decision-making person on that.
So the code enforcement officer doesn't know why the notice of violation was stricken, correct?
I don't have a definitive answer for that, no.
Have a speculative answer?
I prefer not to answer,
Why is that?
because it's a matter of opinion.
I'd like your opinion. You're the code enforcement officer.
Substantial damage, I feel, would have to be claimed by the property owner or would be a criminal matter for destruction of property.
And neither of that occurred here, right?
The claim hasn't been made that I'm aware of.
So on the 9th, when you wrote the notice of violation, there was no claim for substantial damage,
Not that I'm aware of.
and there's not one today.
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. You see that water cup up there on the podium?
Yes,
How full is that?
I can't see.
So you don't know how full it is now. So if I add a drop, did that fill the cup up or not? Or do you know?
I wouldn't be able to tell you.
You don't have a context of whether the cup was full before or it's full now because you didn't see it before, right?
Correct.
You have no concept of whether the cornfield was filled with the water before or the pump filled up because you don't know from before, right?
Correct.
I think that's all I have. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions from the board?
I have a question. I'm still trying to clear some things in my mind. I've heard some numbers about how long the pump was running. I need the answer to the question, what time did did the county commissioner come to the office and bring this handwritten piece of paper to the planning committee or to someone at the county? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Whether you can answer, maybe I'm out of turn, but I'm trying to get this in my mind.
I would not know that information. I did not speak to the county commissioner. I would have to defer that question to either Lori or Ben.
I think Ms. Lo Cicero said sometime between 8 and 9 on that Monday morning.
All right, I'm reading this handwritten note that says pumping water from retention pond into ditch. And so if this was written down prior to the person getting there, that means that the pump was running, in my opinion, probably by 8 o'clock in the morning, which means as a minimum, based on my math, my understanding of time, that the pump ran for probably at least 3.5 hours, not 2.5, as I heard earlier. If this is correct, and the person writing this said they also observed the pump running and running water into the ditch. That's all I'm trying to clarify.
And Mr.
That's all I'm trying to clarify.
Sure, and I have the pump operator here to testify.
Do we know if that pump, I know a lot of, is that a diesel-fired pump, I assume? It's
Just a portable generator pump.
So a lot of times those types of engines have hour meters on them. Does this one have an hour meter on it? Do we have a record of how many hours it actually operated?
I have a live person who can give you the
Yeah, but he's not the hour meter.
What's that?
He's not the hour meter.
Well, I mean, if an hour, you would have to look at the hour meter at one point and then another point, and that's often not done, but I have the operator who,
And I think we might be jumping ahead just a little bit.
I'm sorry about that.
No, I'm not
I
trying
was
to cut
trying to
anybody
clarify
off.
something in my mind as we were
Yes.
going through this process.
And I certainly want all your questions answered, and I'm sure Mr. Weber will address those questions when he has an opportunity to. But right now, do you have any questions?
I'm done
for
with
Ms.
her.
Anderson?
She could not answer that, so I'll defer to later.
So we can move on from Ms. Anderson if anybody.
Well,
has-
I actually have a question for her. So in that video that we saw, it was a short video, but it looked to me like there was so much water there you couldn't really tell where the ditch was supposed to be, right? So there's a lot of water there, but it did look like the water was shooting out beyond where the ditch would normally be and just shooting out into the adjacent property. Is that what you saw?
Well, do you have the other map? Can I use your map again? I'm sorry.
You mean the general map?
The general map.
Yes.
So it wasn't shooting into a ditch. There's a silk fence, then there's a ditch. So it was shooting on the actual property and then over the silk fence onto adjacent property.
So it was actually
And wait,
shooting out.
where was the
in-
ditch?
So the ditch is along this.
Right. And the silk fence was in front of the ditch?
The silk fence would be in front of the ditch.
So the water then was discharging onto the property, goes under the silk fence or over the silk fence and into the ditch?
Yes,
Okay.
So what you're saying is the water was actually discharging onto, I guess that's the Currituck Reserve property, that is?
And then into the ditch?
Right, so it wasn't shooting across the ditch directly onto the adjacent property then?
It was
It was flowing
covering the
from-
silk fences
Right,
in that location over.
right, okay.
I do have one more question. In your observation, after the water had gone down, just curious, was there any sediment beyond the silt fence on the adjacent property in the cornfield?
It was still really wet, so I did not walk too far into there to see and look for sediment, but you could definitely see the silt fence if you look at the last picture.
Curious beyond the silt fence, if the silt fence did its work or if there was indeed, because of a breach in the fence, silt on the adjacent cornfield on the other properties.
Yeah, I
Okay.
couldn't say for sure.
I have some questions.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hello, Ms. Anderson.
Hello.
Thank you for being here tonight. I have some questions for you. You helped prepare the packet that we received in the mail, is that correct?
Yes.
Does anyone know the exact amount of rainfall that we had from Hurricane Dorian on September 5th and 6th?
So one of the things I did ask our emergency management employee, Stephen Pyle, is to give me the information if he had a way to show what the rainfall was and the data on those dates. And that is in the packet, page 49. And that indicates, if you look on the 5th and 6th, when the storm would have came, what the rate was. And then I asked for it specifically because the difference of when I went out there on, I believe it was the 18th, and took those final pictures, the 18th. There wasn't a really, if you look, there's not any significant rainfall at all that happened in between that period. The rain came the 5th and 6th, and
What location is this data from, do you
Yeah.
know?
this is from Moyac Middle School, I believe.
Okay.
So that was the closest they could get me. Yep, Moyac Middle School. It's on there.
Can you tell us what the amount of rainfall was on the 5th and 6th total? It's real hard to read on the packet.
I need a magnifying glass.
.04 and then .38. I don't want to testify to the knowledge of how to read those, but that it was provided by Stephen Powell, the Currituck County Emergency Management.
That's probably not an accurate
That's
total
not
for
accurate
a
at all.
hurricane. We
I
get
mean,
that
I
in
don't
the
know
shower.
how exactly he reads those, but he
Yeah.
gave me them to show the indication of the difference.
No.
So also, you just mentioned that there was no significant rainfall after the 6th until the 18th, when you revisited the site again.
No, there, if you look, it shows there was a little on the 13th, and then that was it between the 9th and the 9th and the 18th.
So It was just a little bit on the 13th, but no other day between the 6th
Not,
and Hurricane Dorian ended and the 18th.
not that this shows.
When you returned on the 18th and you stated you observed water still standing in the cornfield, was there sheet flowing like Mr. McCree mentioned earlier? Water flowing across that or just standing?
It was very stagnant.
And just to clarify on photo attachment 10 that we saw earlier, which was a still photo, you did not observe the pipe coming from the pump being in the ditch, but it was on the property flowing towards the ditch.
What page is that in the packet, please?
Let's see. It was one that was displayed on the monitor earlier.
I think he said he's referencing attachment 10.
Yeah,
Attachment 10.
attachment 10.
This one?
That's 16. There you go. On that particular one, I believe you testified that the pipe coming from that pump was not in the ditch, but on the property, and it was flowing towards the ditch and that silt fence.
Yes, the silt fence being before the ditch.
Right.
Yes,
Okay. Thank you very much.
you're welcome.
I have one additional question. So when you investigated this event, did you ever reach out to the, well, first off, do you know who the property owner is of the cornfield, and did you make any contact with that owner?
We did try to reach out and never heard anything back. So if they don't want to make the claims, I don't think we're gonna stay out of that as a county.
Okay. Any other questions for Ms. Anderson? All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
That'd be the county showing, Mr. Chairman.
Could you repeat that, please?
That will be the county showing.
Okay, thank you very much. This time, I'd like to call the appellant to make your case.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had requested to make a 5-minute opening,
Okay, absolutely.
if I might do that.
Yes.
And I know it's late, so I'm going to actually make it a 2-minute opening. The bottom line here is that there was a pump on the property, and that pump ran for 2 hours. And the county doesn't know if that cornfield was soaking wet because of Hurricane Dorian or dry as a bone. There's no evidence that the county understands. So whether or not 1 drop or 50 drops went from this property to the adjacent property, we don't know. So we don't know if there is any showing on the adjacent property. You will hear from Mr. Bissell that the property is actually up gradient rather than down gradient, rather than a lower elevation. And you've heard from both witnesses that there is no substantial damage. And so here we don't have a violation. We've never had a violation, and even the NOV was modified to make it clear that there's no violation. So we don't know why we're here. We wish we weren't here. We wish we hadn't spent the money to get here. But I'd like to finish this up, putting up 3 very quick witnesses. I'm going to put up Mr. Old so you can meet him, understand what he's doing to develop this property. I'm going to put up Mr. Cartwright, who was the operator of the pump, who will tell you that the pump turned on at 10:30 and was turned off at 11 or 12:15. And I'm going to put up Mr. Bissell, who will explain to you that the elevation is higher, and these are existing drains, and what the construction drawings that he himself created mean. Then I'll close, and hopefully we can go.
All right, thank you.
Justin, how are you this evening?
I don't think so. Could you? There you go.
Good, thank you.
All right, tell me where you're from, Justin.
From Currituck County, North Carolina.
How long have you lived in and around Currituck?
Close to 40 years.
What do you do for a living?
Residential developer and builder.
How many subdivisions have you built in your 40 years?
I've been doing it about 8 years now, and several dozen between the two states.
You married?
I am.
Kids?
Got one and one coming in 3 weeks.
Both boys, right?
2 boys.
All right, so tell me what you have to do to get a subdivision approved in Currituck County.
It's a pretty lengthy process. Ms. LaCicero explained earlier. First, it starts with an acquisition of the property. Depending on if it needs to be rezoned or not, then it goes to a rezoning process, which is a legislative process. You guys, with the commissioners, the planning board, and so forth. At that point, you start working on a use permit and a preliminary plat with the engineering firm that you choose. After that, you get a design and some preliminary aspects of it out and done. Then you go for your vested rights for the community itself. And after that, it's several months, years, potentially, of design work from stormwater to lot elevations, grades, and so forth. And after that, you obtained all your state permits from Army Corps, DEQ, Albemarle Regional Health Services. I mean, it's a whole gamut of approvals. And then after that, the county gives everything a once over and gives you comments back from a technical review committee. And if those are all taken care of, typically they issue a construction plan and you go to the development.
And did you hire an engineer for this process?
Yes, sir.
Who did you hire?
Bissell.
You know anything about Bissell's background?
I do. I've been dealing with Mark for many years. I know he's been a very successful engineer, not only here but the Outer Banks and other parts of the state. Very good reputation and has a great name.
Did you yourself personally develop the Glenmore Ridge subdivision?
No, we took it through entitlement and we subcontract all the work out.
All right. Who is your subcontractor?
Countryscapes.
And is there a representative of Countryscapes here today?
There is.
Who's that?
Clay Cartwright.
All right. How long have you been working with Mr. Cartwright?
That's a good question. Clay has been doing development work for our company for many years. I'd say at least 6.
All right. And I want you to, real quickly, before I let you go and let Mr. McCree ask you questions, I'd like you to turn, I'm going to hand you this. This is a notebook. All right. And this is behind tab 21. Remember, said that before. You'll see 3 pictures behind 21. We're going to talk about the third, and then I'm going to call Mr. Cartwright to talk about the first and the second. Tell me what that picture is, which is the third picture in tab 21.
That's a drone shot of the flying over the farm field and looking down the main road of Glenmore Ridge.
When was this taken?
This was taken, I believe, Tuesday? Was it Tuesday or Wednesday?
So if I were to go out there today and it was a sunny day, that's basically what it'd look like?
That's it, yes, sir.
All right. And turn back 2 pages, if you don't mind. Now tell me what the first page is in behind tab 21.
That is Glenmore Ridge on September 10th.
And that is after Hurricane Dorian, is that right?
That is.
What am I looking at closest to the bottom of that picture?
That's the retention pond that is spilling over into the actual project and burned off from the farm field.
So that all that water we see, that's on site, that's on the development site, is that right?
That is.
And you have stormwater control requirements that that require a stormwater basin and the farm ditches to be drained into that basin, is that right?
That's correct.
All right, if you can turn to the next page. Can you tell me what that next page is?
That is an overhead shot of the pump and the discharge hose from the pump.
All right, so this whole evening, we've been talking about that pump, is that right?
That's right.
And that pump, when it discharged, did it discharge directly into a ditch, or did it discharge into a grassy area and then into a ditch?
No, typically, I mean, you never, most contractors, I can't speak for all of them, but don't discharge, a 2 or 3 inch line directly into a ditch, because first and foremost, it'll explode the ditch. So what you do is you allow it to dissipate, and that vegetation from the grass on site acts as a filter. The state DEQ actually, encourages people to discharge water into ditches like this. It allows for natural filtration. And there's a word for it, but I cannot remember. You have to ask Mark. It's very engineering.
Understood. And did you, these are the drone pictures you took?
I took these, yep.
And again, that was on September 10th, right?
This was September 10th.
All right, so let's just go back. I'm trying to complete my timeline, and I'm almost there. So tell me when the first time you heard about this issue of the pump in the county.
The first time I heard about it was I received a call on September 9th. It was Monday from Donna Volova. It was either 11:30 or 12 o'clock, right at 12 o'clock. It was a little bit before lunch. It might have been about 11:59 or so.
Yeah, do you have that voicemail?
I do have the voicemail.
Can you play that for us?
Let's see.
And this was from the assistant planning director, is that right?
I do not know Donna's title.
Okay. But from the county anyway.
It was from the county.
Okay.
Let's see if I can find it.
And when you do, if you could hold that up to the microphone.
Hi, it's Donna with Currituck County. I'm calling regarding Glenmore Ridge subdivision. The code enforcement officer is out at the site. There's some off-site pumping that's going on pond number 7, I believe it is, that needs to stop. If you could, please give me a call back at 252-232-6032. Thank you. Bye.
And what time did you receive that call?
11:59.
That was 11:59 on September 9th?
That was.
All right. We're almost got through now. All right. What did you do when you received that voicemail from the county?
I forwarded the entire voicemail to Clay Cartwright.
Who's Clay Cartwright again?
Clay Cartwright is the point of contact with Countryscapes, who is the development company's representative for the site development.
What did you ask Mr. Cartwright to do immediately?
Turn the pump off. I was actually in Chesapeake, Virginia, so we could assess and see what was going on.
And you, as far as you know, did the pump get turned off right away?
From my understanding and speaking with Clay, the pump was turned off within, just 15, 20 minutes.
All right. That's all I have, Mr. Old. I appreciate it. The county attorney may have questions for you.
All right.
No question.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions from the board?
I have some questions for you, Mr. Old.
Yes, sir. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. Just to clarify on the photos that are under tab 21 of Mr. Weber's packet here, you stated that the first photo was taken on September 10th, 2019. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Also, the second picture was taken on September 10th, 2019.
That's correct.
Third picture you stated was taken on October 13th, 2020, just 2 days ago.
A few days ago, yes, sir.
I have a question about photo number 2.
All right.
I don't know anything about ponds and other stuff like that, but I do observe an anomaly in this picture I was going to ask you about.
All right.
Where that pump is currently located in that photo, if you look above it, slightly to the right, it appears to be there was a path there before, perhaps where water was evacuated in that area. Do you believe that was where water had been going in the past, and it was moved over towards the ditch or not?
I honestly don't know the answer to that. I'd ask Clay, but if it was my guess, it could have been where they were priming the pump or something, and then they lock in the discharge hose so it doesn't do this. So he could have been priming the pump right there. But I think I see what you're talking about. You're talking about right here?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but I honestly don't know. That'd be my guess.
Okay. So this was actually taken the day after you received these infractions?
Yes, sir.
And that is Pond 7 we're looking at
Yes, sir.
in all of these 3 photos?
Correct.
All right.
You know, now, I mean, kind of speaking, going freestyle, Steve will probably hurt me, but now I'm looking at it, and some of Rachel's photos that she had kind of look like it was taken on our property, being where the silt fence and stuff is. If you look where the corn starts, and then her puddles of water and stuff seem to be in a similar location, but just an observation.
I also had another question, not relative to the photos, but in the past, and we've seen maps that was provided by the county here tonight that showed this green colored area that were lower in elevation than some of the areas within your proposed subdivision then. Can you tell me if normally you had seen water standing in that cornfield before this Hurricane Dorian and this pumping violations had come about?
No, sir, I can't say that. I've been back there and witnessed that.
Okay. All right, that's all I have for you. Thank you, sir.
That it?
Oh, hold on one second.
I'm sorry.
Do you have any?
No, I'm good.
Go ahead.
I have one question. So is this site currently permitted under a state DEQ stormwater permit?
Yes, sir.
And can you testify that you are currently in compliance with all the terms and conditions of that stormwater permit?
Absolutely, we are, and and I'm glad you asked, because typically that's the regulatory authority that governs these things, and I think both of them testified tonight that this is not, it's not practical for them to govern under construction subdivisions where 50% of the infrastructure is in. It's just not a typical thing. So yeah, we do, and we have no violations with the state on this subdivision, fully compliant.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it?
I have no further questions.
All right. Thank you guys for your
All
time.
right, thank you.
Thank you, Justin. If I may call Clay Cartwright.
Good evening.
Evening.
Mr. Cartwright, it's late, so I'll make this quick. And I think I actually gave the wrong notebook. That's my notebook. I'll switch it out if you don't mind. All right, Mr. Cartwright, tell me what you do for a living.
Site work development.
How long you been doing that?
Countryscapes was started in 1989. The site development part probably started around 98.
And where'd you grow up?
Currituck County.
How many subdivisions do you think you built in Currituck during your time?
No, not really sure. 20, 25 or more maybe.
And I understand that you did some public service. Is that right?
I did.
Tell me what public service you did.
Served on the planning board for 2 terms.
That was here in Currituck?
It was.
Did you sit in these chairs here?
I did.
So it's a little different setting, isn't it?
A little bit.
Did you have any particular philosophy as a planning board member?
My main thing being on the planning board, what the rules were carried out as the rules were written. Take the opinion out of it, and if there's something was unclear, to get it cleared up and make it straightforward and not to leave gray areas.
And tell me, were you involved in the Glenmore Ridge subdivision?
I was, yes.
Are you still involved in it?
We're done, completed.
All right, so tell me just generally what your job was out there at the subdivision.
Run everybody, make sure things got done, answer any questions that came about. Talking about as far as the construction part too.
Yes.
Everything, when we left out of there, it was ready for houses to be done.
All right, were you in charge of stormwater controls?
Yes.
And what is your experience with stormwater controls?
As far as
Have you dealt with stormwater controls on other sites?
every project,
And that's 25 or so more, or projects?
at least, and then a bunch of other, about any work we do has stormwater in some shape, form, or fashion.
And tell me, what is typically the regulating agency for stormwater issues?
Environmental Natural Resources,
Is that a county agency?
that's a state agency.
Was it, I guess, unusual to you to have a county notice of violation on a stormwater issue here?
It was, yes.
Why is that?
First time that's ever occurred. To my knowledge, or had the county checking into it. Most of the time, if you have something, a state guy is going to be the one that's coming and checking.
All right. And tell me, typically at the state level, if there's a storm event and a state inspector comes out and notices silt fence down or something like that, what is the normal procedure there?
They would let you know that they found something that weren't in compliance and ask you to get it in compliance,
Do they issue a notice of violation without telling you?
only if you don't do it after repeated times or something.
All right, well, let's finish up this timeline, because I know it's been a long time coming. So Hurricane Dorian, September 5, right?
Correct.
All right. Tell me about this pump. Your pump?
Yes, my pump. It's a 8x6, 8-inch suction, 6-inch discharge.
How many gallons a minute?
Roughly 1,000 to 1,500.
And do you know before this site was developed what the off-site discharge or ditch discharge volume was?
I do not.
All right, I can ask Mr. Bissell that, right?
Yes.
All right, so you guys tell me what you do when a hurricane's coming with your equipment.
Get it to high ground, make sure everything is safe. Hurricane comes up, job, and make sure things don't blow around. Everything is above any potential flood and so forth to protect property.
So you moved the two pumps, and if you could just turn to 21 there.
Yes, the pumps were in the bottom of the pond, and when the hurricane came, we disconnected them, moved them up to the top, so they would not be in harm's way, because they would have been underwater.
Turn one more, if you don't mind. So that picture there shows two pumps.
Correct.
There's one smaller pump that never was on, has nothing to do with this, is that right?
Correct.
The other one is the one that you just mentioned. Is it the size of like a tractor engine or something like that?
It does, same, it's a John Deere motor, same as in a bulldozer.
All right. And so when did you secure the pump so that Hurricane Dorian wouldn't take care of it?
At least a day, day and a half prior to hurricane arriving.
So that would be third or fourth?
Correct.
All right. So you yourself secured that pump, your team, the pump?
Yes.
You shut it off?
Yes.
All right. So did the pump operate on the 5th,
No.
6th,
Nope.
7th,
Nope.
8th?
No.
What about the 9th?
Yes.
All right, so tell me what happened with the pump on the 9th. Hurricanes come through. What do y'all do when the hurricane comes through?
Afterwards, then we start getting prepared to get the site back in a shape so that we can go back to work.
All right, and so tell me when the pump was switched on September 9th.
Let's see, it was turned on somewhere between 10, 10:30, that neighborhood. Down on low RPM, idle or quarter at best, and go from there.
So 10, 10:30?
Correct.
All right, pump on at 10:30 in the morning on the 9th. You sure?
Yes,
Pump wasn't turned on over the weekend?
it was not.
How do you know?
I would have been the one turning it on, and I know for a fact I didn't turn it on.
All right. All right, so tell me what happened that day. Well, I'll ask it a different way. Did you get a text from Mr. Old?
I did. I actually had the voicemail that we just heard texted to me, so I got to listen to that, call him, and then turn right around and call my guy all in a matter of about a minute and told him to leave eating lunch, to go there, turn it off, and leave.
All right, and so what time roughly was that pump shut off?
I'd say about 12:15, roughly.
About right?
Looks about right.
So we're talking 2 hours, maybe a little more hours,
Roundabout, yes,
running about a quarter speed.
at best.
All right, so tell me a little bit in that picture, talk about where the pump hose was directed and why it was directed to that spot.
Okay, so that's just an open corner, full of grass, silt fence. We pumped into here and let it filter across the ground. It actually looped around the pond, and you can see on here there's old farm ditch right at the corner, the closest point. It would go and hit that, and then there it would go under the silt fence and out the ditch, or get to that ditch that runs along the cornfield so it could leave the site.
But that ditch you're talking about leaving the site, that's on the subdivision property.
Correct.
We looked at this a little bit ago. Almost lost it. So, are you familiar with construction drawings?
Yes.
And you understand the construction drawings were approved in this project?
Yes.
Can you tell me about the ditch system, the existing ditch system here?
The prior to construction existing farm ditches running from Tulls Creek Road towards the cornfield, the back ditch then exited and went to the top, which would be northwest,
So,
I guess.
farm ditches go this way, drain into the pond?
Yes, they would have to, at the picture here, they would have to because the pond is through them. Correct.
Right, and then the ultimate ditch outlets here.
Correct.
Yeah, go with that.
Right, the top three ditches there had no access to the back ditch. They were blocked off.
So this one couldn't go to the back ditch?
Not that we could tell, no. Water would go nowhere. There was crossings, old farm crossings there, and the only one we found that would relieve any water with a pipe was the one all the way down at the bottom.
And in your experience, these are existing farm ditches, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. So you understand that part of the notice of violation is because the county claims that the construction drawings were complied with, is that right?
Yes.
Do you have any thoughts about that?
Well,
I know you do.
yeah,
So these are the two out of the, if you look in your packet, there are number 10, that's all the construction drawings. So we're talking about many, many pages of construction drawings, right? And the county alleges that these two items are what have been violated. Construction sequence number 6, excavate proposed ponds 6A and 7. Ponds will act as sediment basins during construction, dewater to existing internal farm ditches, as illustrated in this sheet. All right? Then you have an arrow. Dewater pond 7 to existing farm ditch or swale installed for Currituck Reserve. Tell me the way that you dewatered in this emergency situation after Hurricane Dorian. Did you violate these these construction drawings?
no.
And why is that?
Well, all water came to the pond and was being exited from the pond, still going in the ditch where it was intended to go and go out. Any of the internal ditches couldn't go anywhere but to the pond.
So basically, these notes are a sequence, right? Is that right?
Yes.
This says farm ditch or swale. Was the swale installed at the time?
No.
So the only place it could go is to a farm ditch, right?
Correct.
And this farm ditch, this, or this, they're all farm ditches, right?
Correct.
And they all leave here, right?
Correct.
So you were hired by Mr. Old to comply with these stormwater, these construction roads, right?
Correct.
And you feel like you did?
Yes.
Do you feel like there was any violation here in your mind?
I do not.
Based on your experience for how many years?
Quite a few.
Yes.
Since '98, at least in this industry.
Yeah, and based on your experience, both in practice and on the planning board, do you think these violations should hold or should be revoked?
I think it should be revoked.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Any questions from the board?
I don't have any questions.
No? Thank you. Any questions from the board?
Yeah.
How you doing, Mr. Cartwright?
Good, how are you?
I have a couple questions for you. If you turn to page or tab 9, and the first drawing that you have there has the outline of where the existing farm ditches were.
Okay.
Do you believe that this document is accurate in how those farm ditches direction flowed, where they're going on this picture from the right towards the left and then up that one particular ditch? Do you believe this is accurate?
Yes and no. I believe that the top three do go that direction to that, but they couldn't go through the field crossings to that ditch. Outside of that, yes, I believe it's accurate.
So in your opinion, the lower two are the ones that were able to go to the ditch that's on the left that's running vertical?
The lower two. Not the green one that didn't connect.
Okay.
The one above it, right where it says land with lower elevation, that one did.
Mm-hmm. Do you happen to have any physical evidence that you can show us that proves you turned on the pump at 10 to 10:30 a.m. and turned it off at approximately 12:15 p.m. on the 9th?
Physical evidence such as?
I didn't know if you had a log of where you were, or you had a text message say, I just turned on the pump, or I just turned off the pump, that you sent to Mr. Old, perhaps?
I can prove where I was. My worker, I'd have to look back through text messages to see if I could find anything, but I believe I called him. I know I called him because he was eating lunch and told him he would have to stop and go and cut the pump off in light of the voicemail asking us to. Outside of that, no, because I typically wouldn't write down what I'm doing every minute of the day, basically.
Now, if you don't mind turning to tab 21. That's where the 3 pictures are of the aerial views of the property.
Okay.
On the second picture, Mr. Old testified that is aerial view of Pond 7, and that picture was, he claimed to be taken on September 10th, 2019. Do you believe that's what that looked like at the time that you came out on September 9th, or did it look like there was more water standing than that?
I did not go on September 9th. My worker did. I was there on September 10th.
Okay.
I believe it to look about like that. I see no reason why it wouldn't.
Mm-hmm. And you would say, based on the third picture, that's also Pond 7, and that, according to Mr. Old, was taken on just a couple of days ago, on around about the 13th of this month. Would you say that's how that normally looks when we have not had a rain event?
Yes.
All right. right, that's all I have for you. Thank you.
All right. Anything further? Bontemps? No?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. Yeah, I have nothing further. Thank you.
That's it. May I call Mr. Mark Bissell, please?
Okay. Mr. Bissell?
Good evening, Mr. Bissell. How are you? I'm going to cut your examination way back because it's late. But can you get closer to the mic so folks can hear you? Thank you. I appreciate that.
Let's try that.
Tell me where you went to school, Mr. Bissell.
I went to Duke University,
Tell me what your degree was in.
civil engineering.
And have you been given any designations by the state of North Carolina?
I'm a licensed professional engineer.
And I can tell right now it's going to be hard to hear you. So if you could maybe move that a little bit closer, I'd appreciate it.
I'm a professional engineer.
There you
licensed by
go.
the
Thank
state.
you. And how do you get your PE license?
You have a 4-year degree. You take an exam, which is called an engineering intern exam, that tests your knowledge of technical matters. You then practice or you work under a licensed engineer for a minimum of 4 years. Then you take another exam along with getting a number of references and transcripts and so forth to demonstrate that you are qualified to become licensed in the state.
All right. I understand that, I guess while you were at Duke, you worked for a firm that had an office in Sanford, North Carolina, and you actually worked up in the Outer Banks.
I did, and that was actually at the time, a branch office of what they call an engineering news record top 100 firm. It was a national firm which is where I received my training for about 8 years.
And you left North Carolina and then came back what year?
Well, no, I stayed in North Carolina.
I'm sorry. So
I moved to the Outer Banks, although I was out of state on assignment from time to time with this firm. I was primarily based in North Carolina.
Understood. So what year was it that you worked for that firm in Sanford again?
I started with them in 1976 and worked for them until I moved to the Outer Banks in 1984.
All right. And hope it doesn't make you feel old, but I was 7 at the time you started working on engineering projects in the state of North Carolina. Tell me, I don't know if I was engaging in a little hyperbole here earlier when I said that you might have been the person who engineered more residential projects in the state of North Carolina than anyone alive. Did I get that right?
Well, I've been practicing in Currituck and Dare counties primarily for the last 40 plus years.
And have you engineered residential real estate subdivisions during that time period?
We did our first major subdivision in Currituck County in 1984.
All right. Have you been...
and have been practicing here ever since.
And do you have an office where?
In Kitty Hawk.
Do you do most of your engineering work in Currituck?
A good deal of it in the surrounding counties in the Northeast.
And when you do your engineering work for subdivisions, do you prepare construction drawings?
We do.
And have you prepared construction drawings for Mr. Old?
We have.
How many?
Oh, I would say we've done at least a couple of dozen developments for him.
All right. And you prepared the construction drawings in this matter for Glenmore Ridge?
We did.
And your team actually drafted those notes that we just looked at with Mr. Cartwright?
Yes, we did.
And you feel like you know what those mean?
I do.
Excellent. I do have your CV or your resume behind tab 20, and I just tell that to the board for its consideration, and I tender this witness as an expert to talk about construction drawings and residential development engineering.
Do you have any objections?
All right, I could go into a long set of questions about how you get your permits and those sorts of things, but given the late hour, I'm going to get right to the heart of it. And I'm going to ask you about the construction drawings. Did you prepare the construction drawings for this Glenmore Ridge subdivision?
They were prepared by me or under my direct supervision.
That's right. Your team prepared them and you signed off on them? Or you or your team signed off on them?
Correct.
Have you looked at them and approved them?
I have.
And is it your understanding that they were approved by the county
They were.
in May of 2019?
Sounds right.
All right. I asked you to take one of your construction drawings and put a few additional things on it, and I have that sitting up here. Did you prepare this construction drawing? Your team prepared this construction drawing initially?
Right, that was an existing conditions drawing.
And so this would have been the existing farm drains prior to the pond going in?
That's correct.
And I asked you to superimpose where the pond would be?
That's right.
And we saw pictures a few minutes ago. We know where the pond is now, right?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to get to just some real specific questions. There is a question about whether any water discharged to the cornfield, whether the cornfield was a lower elevation or a higher elevation. And you looked at you saw the earlier map, is that right?
I did.
And is that a general?
Are you talking about the LiDAR map?
LiDAR map.
Yes.
I was afraid to pronounce it, that's why I didn't. So that has a general elevation
Right.
footprint, is that right?
That's a generalized map and had some inaccuracies on it.
And that was before construction, right?
Yes.
All right, I asked you to look at the elevation at the cornfield, and you plotted some of these areas, is that right? These are your plottings?
Right, those are elevations that were surveyed as part of the design of this project.
All right, you believe that survey is more accurate than the LiDAR?
I do.
All right, and just to very quickly go over this again, we have on the cornfield side, we have top of bank 5.59, and then top of bank on the development side 5.06. You see that?
I do.
And in your view as the engineer for the project, is the development property at a lower elevation than the cornfield property?
Right, so the property that is between the pond and the existing farm ditch appears to be about a half a foot lower than the cornfield along there.
So then we look at another point here, you've got the top of bank on the cornfield side at 5.6 and the top of bank on the property side at 5.13, is that right?
So they get about a half a foot lower.
So you have a higher bank on the off-site property than you do on the development property.
That's correct.
And so in your view as the engineer for the project, if any water drained from the development to the cornfield side, it would be going to a higher elevation property,
That's correct.
not a lower elevation?
That's correct.
And down here in the corner, we have a couple of items. We have a 6.48 on the development side and a 6.75 on the non-development side. So I asked you that same question of your opinion as to whether, if any, I don't think there's been any testimony, but at least off-site here is a higher elevation than on-site.
That's correct.
All right, let's look very quickly at your construction drawings. The county alleges that the 2 hours worth of pumping that occurred at quarter speed on the 9th violated your construction drawings, and I think there's no one better who could testify about what they mean than you. So tell me what these notes mean and what that arrow means, and fill us in on why you drafted it that way.
Well, this is actually part of the sedimentation and erosion control plan. It's not actually part of the stormwater plan, and the main purpose for that arrow is to show where construction dewatering could be discharged in order to avoid sedimentation leaving the site, and would keep that construction sediment on site in accordance with the permit.
Okay. And so tell me about the sequencing and
And
the
so we
pumping.
provide a general sequencing, although we can't anticipate every situation on site, particularly where you have two developments under construction at the same time with different contractors. But at the time that the pumping occurred, well, it said that to discharge either to the farm ditch system or to the ditch that was part of the Currituck Reserve system that would flow into that pond. And of course, that Currituck Reserve soil had not been constructed yet. And the ditch, actually the Currituck Reserve contractor had actually filled in that part of the existing farm ditch in that location. So the discharge in that exact spot would have just flooded the development. And so the contractor did what I think was a reasonable contractor would do, and he found a place where it could be discharged at a lower elevation, really the lowest elevation on this construction site, and it was discharged not directly into a ditch, but some 30, 40, 50 feet away from the ditch where it could kind of overland flow, and sedimentation would be filtered out by the existing vegetation in that area. So I think that was a reasonable solution.
All right. And so in your opinion, as the engineer on this project, an expert in this case, and an engineer on residential property since '84, do you believe that Mr. Old or the contractor violated these construction drawings by running a pump at quarter speed for 2 hours?
I do not.
All right. And finally, the county has made one other allegation, and that is surface waters from the development were unreasonably collected and channeled onto lower adjacent properties. Let's start there because the county constructed the meter. Do you believe that the collection of this water through this pump system and discharging where it did was a reasonable circumstance given Hurricane Dorian?
Well, I do, and ultimately, after it was filtered through the grass and the silt fence, it went into the farm ditch, which outletted all of the existing farm ditches to the west.
And the construction drawings indicated that the stormwater should be discharged to farm ditches. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. Then we just talked about lower adjacent properties. I believe your opinion as the engineer on the project was that the off-site properties were at a slightly higher elevation rather than lower. Is that right?
Correct.
Based on survey points.
Yes.
And then finally, let's talk about volumes, even though that's stricken by the county. You heard that the pump was roughly at quarter speed. I mean, the pump was 1,000 gallons at quarter speed, maybe 250 gallons per minute. Before this property was developed, what was the off-site discharge able to handle?
Well, just in a 2-year storm, it would have been about 13 cubic feet per second, which is roughly 6,000 gallons per minute. And in a 100-year storm, it was over 12,000 gallons per minute that flowed into that particular ditch from this site pre-construction.
So when you had farm next to farm,
Mm-hmm.
you had it going between, depending on the flood, whatever year flood, that ditch could handle between 6,000 and 12,000 gallons per minute.
Right.
And,
So he was pumping just a fraction of what pre-development runoff would have been into that ditch.
all right, and we've heard about the fact that there is no substantial damage, nothing from the owner, no criminal allegations has to be removed. So I want to ask you about that, but I believe, given the hour, that's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Mr. McCree?
Yes, Mr. Bissell, when were those, I guess, elevation points measured that are on Well, on that document behind tab 9.
Most or all of those elevations were taken prior to the construction initiating. The one that I'm not positive.
Prior to September 9th,
Yes, prior to September
2019? And those are just points on the land, right?
They are.
I mean, it's not every square foot across Glenmore Ridge property and the adjacent property.
No, it's not every square foot. It's more accurate than the LiDAR. It's not an elevation on every square foot. It's to give us a trend of what
But
the
it's
elevations are.
not every square foot or inch even. I mean, so
right.
there could be places where adjacent land is lower than the Glenmore Ridge property or vice versa. Isn't that correct?
It's possible.
And so you just don't know because you didn't measure every available piece of land on both sides of the property line.
That's true. It wouldn't be reasonable to do that.
Well, it might not be reasonable, but you don't know for certain that the adjacent land is higher in all respects than the Glenmore Ridge property.
Now, what I can testify to is it's higher in the locations where we took elevation shots.
Right. Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
I do. I have a few questions. How you doing, Mr. Bissell?
Good, thank you.
Thank you for coming tonight. I have a couple of questions. I want to make sure I heard you correctly because you were facing the other direction some.
Sure.
But you mentioned as far as the ditch capacity, you said a 2-year storm, that ditch you believe could handle 6,000 gallons a minute.
Well, what I mean was that one of the things that we do prior to, as part of the development of a set of construction drawings, is determine what the existing conditions are, and we do actual modeling based on a topographic survey and shots on these ditches, and that's why we have this elevation data. So what we do is put various storm events into that existing conditions model to determine what is actually happening prior to construction, and that then serves as a basis for limiting what can happen after construction. And so what we have is, I was giving you the data from 2 different models that were done. One was the 2-year model, and one was the 100-year model of what actually goes from the Glenmore, or went from this site prior to construction into the Harcum Farm ditch. And those numbers were a little under 6,000 gallons a minute for the 2-year storm and over 12,000 gallons a minute for the 100-year storm.
Is that what you, just to recap what you just said, these numbers that you just gave us, they are for pre-construction
They are.
evaluation of the ditch capacity?
Right. And we're required to discharge less than that post-construction.
Okay. I have one more question about the drawing that you modified. This particular one is under tab 9, the first one.
Okay.
And my question being, I see that there are indications throughout this that shows what the elevation was at particular areas all throughout the property.
Mm-hmm.
And also there's particular areas around where the pond is now.
Yes.
It looks like they are, let's say, higher towards the northern end and a little bit lower towards the southern end of the property based on this.
Yes, there's
And you would
about
agree,
I'm sorry.
and you would agree that these lines that were highlighted in blue, that's the direction of the flow of how water would have traveled.
In general, from the middle of the site, during a heavy rainfall, you would get some water also going in the other direction.
Mm-hmm.
But as you can see, the site generally slopes 1.5 to 2 feet from north to south.
And I also wanted to recap one other item under tab 10 on your construction drawings. And that was on sheet 7 of 18, which is where that photo was derived from.
Yes.
I want to make sure I'm understanding correctly this curved arrow that's pointing towards that ditch. Can you explain to me the significance of that area pointing to that ditch?
The intent of that was to show the contractor where dewatering could occur in a way that would keep sedimentation on site. And that was it was anticipated that that ditch would have been in place at that time that would have carried that water to the what we call Pond 6, which was actually part of the Currituck Reserve property, because these properties were actually modeled all together, because they have some interconnections with the existing ditches and the outlets.
That ditch then would have been regraded, or, because we're going from over a 7-foot elevation down to a 5-foot elevation, and if you put the water in there, it's not going to go flow up. It would.
True.
Right?
Yeah, and it's right, prior to the construction of Pond 7 here, the water, if it had been discharged where that arrow is shown, would have flown south and gone into the outlet ditch.
Okay.
Correct.
So if I'm understanding you correctly, that curved arrow is pointing to where, after the ditch was correctly graded, would have been the direction of flow for water going towards Pond 6.
Correct.
Is it typical to have pumps moved around on site based on weather conditions, or?
It is. The contractor has to have some flexibility to deal with changing site and weather conditions.
And I have one last question, hopefully, for you. Earlier, I believe I heard someone testify to the fact that on the Glenmore Ridge drawings, this pond actually was not there, but it was on Currituck Reserve's drawings. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What was the reason it was omitted on Glenmore Ridge, or was that a part of Currituck Reserve first?
Because Currituck Reserve was intended to be developed first, and so when this drawing was done, it was expected that Currituck Reserve would have been completed by the time that dewatering was going to occur on Glenmore.
I was just curious because they're two separate subdivisions, and you would wonder, the layperson like me would wonder, why isn't this pond located on the drawing for the subdivision where it resides?
Right. So that pond actually became part of the Currituck Reserve plan, and this Pond 7, even though it's on Currituck Reserve property, became part of the Glenmore plan through an agreement between the two developers.
All right. Thank you so much. That's all my questions.
Bontemps, do you have any questions?
Nope, I wanted to get that cleared up. Okay.
I think I've heard everything I need.
Okay. Yeah, I have no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so at this point, it seems that both sides have made their cases, or you have additional witness?
Mr. Chairman, I would like to just consult with my client for 2 minutes to make sure that I haven't missed any witnesses.
Yeah,
May I do
absolutely.
that real quickly?
Take a break.
Yeah, can we take a 5-minute recess? Okay. All right, at this time,
I believe just 1 second. I believe Mr. Weber was conferring with his client to see if he was in fact complete, or?
Yeah,
If I may.
more witnesses?
No, sir.
Okay.
What I'd like to do is just confirm that Appellate 1, the notebook, is admitted. Appellate 3, the board agenda packet notebook, and 4, the Currituck ordinance are admitted, and then number 2, the 4 video clips are an offer of proof not admitted. And I'd like to just reserve the right, if there are additional testimony by citizens to call about witnesses, although I don't think I'll need to. Subject to that, I'll rest. Thank you so much.
That's fine. All right. At this time, I believe we will begin the public hearing portion of this meeting. I have 6 people signed up to speak, and I will call you in order to come up and speak. So first I would like to ask Mr. Mike Hall.
And just, this is for the public comment portion.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I would like to if Mr. School could speak, I think would get more explaining how things progressed, and then I would take that from them, because it would somewhat not be quite as in order, or maybe easier to follow if they went first.
Okay. They're already sworn in, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine. And I would like to let everyone know. It looks like we have 6 speakers, so in the interest of time, it is getting late. I would like to limit everyone to no more than maybe 5 minutes apiece, if that's good. All right, Mr. and Mrs. Kuhlman.
Hi, thank you for hearing us. So we have 2 sets of photos.
If I could just really pause you really quickly. So for the public comment portion, we're going to need your full names and addresses for the record, and I'm not trying to interrupt you, but if you could do that first and then go right ahead.
Yes. Jamie Kuhlman, 172 Old Jury Road.
Karen Kuhlman, 172 Old Jury Road. Thank you. So we have 2 sets of photos from September the 6th, and it goes into September the 7th of 2019. And we have a set that we have in our hands that we can review, and we would like to offer you to glance through them as well, if you'd like to. And it basically starts off, you want to walk them up to me?
Hang on just 1 second.
Let me look at these, let the attorneys have a...
They're the same set.
There you go. They're just kind of like the current, that morning.
Doesn't have any.
September the 6th, when the rainfall started, all the way up until the next day when we took a walk on our ditch line trying to figure out why we were taking on so much water. Many of them are date stamped and time stamped.
Yeah. No. Okay. Yeah.
And these are the 2 same sets?
Yeah, the same.
Yes, but we were going to try to refer, I don't know, I guess you could flip through them, I won't have anything to refer to. It's basically just the current of events of, I was home alone when it happened, and then, I'm sorry, I don't have,
Project it. I mean, is there any way to project the pictures that she knows? Maybe?
no, I didn't have them loaded. They weren't loaded. So as you flip through them, it date stamps the 6th, and it's, of course, our yard. And we're at the very beginning, the first house on the right when you come up Old Jury. So my husband was working out of town at the time.
From Tulse Creek Road, you mean?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So if you come up Old Jury, we're the first house on the right.
Okay.
And I called him and I said, something's crazy. I know we're having a hurricane, but it's not that much rain. I said, we're taking on water so fast. So I quickly, did what I had to do and got out, and I started shooting pictures. I'm like, this is insane, Jamie. This water's coming from, and if you get to like the 3rd picture, 4th picture, this is within 2 hours. We're underwater. And I'm starting to panic because my barn's getting ready to get flooded, and I'm out here taking pictures. I'm like, you have to come home. He said, I can't. I'm in Wilson. I said, but I don't want to be here alone. So I kept shooting pictures. I'm like, there's something wrong. I'm talking to the neighbors, and they are, and I know, say for them, but they're experiencing the same, especially the house right next to us, like overwhelming. They're a swamp. They're underwater. Their horses were underwater. So you can get to my barn, and we're almost breaching the barn. And this is all in a couple hours, and it's barely raining. It's not a 12-year storm. It wasn't even a 10-year storm.
It'd be important to note that I've been there for 20 years, and we've had hurricanes before, and I've never had flooding like this.
Yeah, for 20 years. So this might be a little redundant on some of the home pictures, but this has been my life for over a year now. Horse trailer in it. So, but you can get the shot from the barn. That's all the way to the front yard. It goes all the way to the road, the water. So the next day, September the 7th, I'm showing you how the water still stands on our property. And my husband got home about 6:30, September the 6th. Friday night from Wilson, Carolina. And he said, let's get up and do our stuff, and then let's walk our ditch line behind it. We brought a rake. If you look closely, there's a picture of him, and he's got a rake in his hand, because we thought, let's go see what's back there and see if we have to pull things out, what's going on. Let me get to those. So, of course, that's when we started up the ditch line. You see the one with the dog? That's our dog. He's got a rake. We started clearing our ditch line, pulling stuff out. We keep walking. We're like, this is crazy. There's so much water. Well, it breached over ditches, and the pond over there had breached out over. But when we came across, we found the cut in the silk fence. We found water rushing into our back ditch. And we're like, where's this water coming from? So we keep walking, and there's the cut fence, and it's filled with water. And it was just rushing down in it. We kept walking the tree line, and that's when we came across the pumps. Jamie said, oh my God, there's pumps down there. So if you look, you can see things floating in the water. I'm not sure what that is. I'm trying to get to the pump, please excuse me. Oops. And then the pumps. So we have the pumps, we have the we see oil sediment all in the water. These pumps weren't on. There's a lot of oil. And there's gas cans on their side. If you look at the pictures, there's empty oil cans. Now this was Saturday, late morning, early afternoon. If the pumps were never on until that Monday, why is there empty gas cans over on their side, and empty oil cans? Why is there oil spillage all where the pump is sitting? If they were not, why is all that oil in the water there? So this is my life now on Old Jury Road, and how it's been. I don't know if Jamie has something to say to it. The pictures explain themselves. So we found the pump. We mentioned, to our adjoining neighbors. We think this is it, and here's the cut silk fence. So when the pump was running, and it was running at 9 o'clock that morning, because that's when, and I'm trying to...
9 o'clock, which morning?
That Monday morning.
Okay, yeah.
So, but my pictures are saying it was on before that, the empty gas cans. This was on the 7th of September when we walked this ditch, and we found the pumps, we found the breach in the silk fencing. If it hadn't been on prior to the night, what were all the empty gas cans and all the empty oil cans and all the oil spill and in the water if it hadn't been pumping prior? So that's when we notified the neighbors. And we all kind of got together, and then Monday morning, everybody's like, what's the noise? What's that noise again? And that's what it was. It was the pump. So one of the neighbors went out and took a video clip of it, 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. The water was shooting towards the cornfield, but the Alley's house, they were taking the blunt of it, the wooded lot there. It was pouring in there, pouring over the silk fence, into their wooded lot, into their pasture. Their horses were in the water, but that's all. My point is that it was on, and it was on early, and it was on prior to this, the 9th. And I have hundreds more photos, date stamps, everything.
Thank you.
And did you have any questions?
So I'll grab those pictures.
May I just,
Still looking at them.
ma'am, could I just have you show on the map where your property is? Would you mind?
Yeah. Yeah, we're the Colemans. We're the first. We're right. The Stanleys were where the silk fence was cut, and the 30-foot ditch was 7 feet wide, 3 feet deep was draining into. And the pump was directly behind the Alley's house. Pump, when we found it, was here's that's all. Here's a wooded lot, so the pump was more here.
Is this you? What is your name again?
Coleman.
Is this right?
Coleman.
Thank you. Are you, did you get
We're
those
going to leave
pictures?
these as
Okay.
just part of the record, since the board didn't look at them this one set.
Okay, so that stays with you,
That
correct?
stays with the
Only-
county,
oh,
that's
with the
correct.
county, okay, that's fine, thank you.
All right, Mr. Hall?
My name is Mike Hall, 174 Old Drury Road, that's Moyock. If I could, I'm going to step right over here for a moment. One thing to keep forgetting about is the fact that there are 3 neighborhoods, not 2, 3. This is Old Drury Road right over here, this is the pond, this is the ditch belongs to us. You keep hearing this thing that says you can pump to internal ditches. This is external, this is internal. When this was written originally, if you notice where the library is up here, this ditch here goes to this road. This ditch comes out, goes this way, comes around, because nothing goes underneath Campus Drive. And then this pond here interconnects with this pond here, which interconnects over here, and it's drained this way, which means it doesn't flow back to us. The reason why I know that, I'm the one who made the proposal. I was county commissioner at the time. Everything is supposed to go that way. Nothing is supposed to go this way. They keep talking about external and internal. External, internal. I'm not trying to be funny or anything else, but there's where we keep missing that whole thing. There are 3 neighborhoods, and I'm sorry that they didn't get their stuff right, because they didn't get their stuff right. It's okay to pump on the line. Your flood is a flood behavior when you're supposed to be pumping this way to this ditch, to this ditch, to this ditch. And everything's supposed to go that way. They didn't do what they're supposed to. Let's use the county stuff. And I'm not even getting to that day. Let's use their own map. You look here and you see this little arrow. This is where I live. This is where they are. Okay? Originally, when I saw this map, it was a lot bigger. And Justin Old, Lori Cicero, myself, Rachel, and a bunch of my neighbors were all sitting around, and the map was a lot bigger. And he kept pointing out, Mr. Old kept pointing out, see, I can pump anywhere I want, because he had the map like this. And he said, see, right here, Old Drury Road, I can do anything I want because these stamps and this arrow says I can do it. Well, I realized it. I turned the map over, said, there's the correct view. You're supposed to be going that way. He said, well, those arrows don't mean anything. Well, you just got done spending 5 minutes telling everybody how it was. Again, and it even says, dam to existing and future ponds. If you look at the maps that they have, this was not a very heavy rainfall. A lot of wind, very little rain, which is strange. So we didn't even meet the 10-year standard. And I think that's one of the big things that we have to keep coming back and look at. We did not meet the 10-year standard even, and it failed. Their pond, because it was connected properly and because Currituck Reserve or the next neighborhood, Waterley, wasn't done right, and yet all 3 neighborhoods were engineered together or they failed together. That's how it was written. So it's not my problem, it's those three neighborhoods' problems, but they made it now our problem on Old Jury Road because they didn't follow what the county approved. All three neighborhoods agreed to it. All three water, things were engineered together, pass or fail together. So we come back to some of these other things. Will that harm or devalue adjacent property? Well, it does harm. When we come back and we look at it and we say, right, I'm not sure. Right here, this ditch is coming to it. 7 feet wide, 3 feet deep. Through the berm, through the silt fence. Why was it there? Because there's something to drain. Not only was the pump doing it, but this ditch was doing it. They dug a 7 foot wide, 3 foot deep, trench from their stuff into this ditch that they weren't supposed to touch. They cut through their own berm. When asked about it, Mr. Holt said this to us. He said, well, I'm not responsible. Once the berm's done, I'm not responsible. Yes, you are. You were to maintain that ditch until it's turned over to an HOA or to another agency. Then we look at DEQ and everything. I called them. You know what they said? They said, Mr. May and the rest of them all said, well, since he's fixed it, we're not going to get involved. We're going to leave it to the county. So when they say that they didn't do anything, he fixed it, they didn't get involved. Mr. Cartwright said the same thing. Usually if we fix it, they don't bother anybody. Well, they did fix the silt fence. We had to go back a week later and say, hey, you haven't filled in the ditch yet that you dug from yours to ours. They filled it in. So they did. So when he keeps saying this isn't part of the thing, it helped to get rid of the water, but it filled up these ditches and the property, and that's why everything flooded here. It wasn't supposed to. So that's a short version. I'm trying to keep you up with time and everything else. So please, if you think I'm missing something, please ask me questions. Let's talk about the flooding. All right, on Saturday the 7th, the day after the flooding, I was shown the cut silt fence, and I was shown the ditch that was cut. The pumps were there, 2 pumps, empty gas cans, empty, oil cans. I saw all of this. Now on Sunday, what's strange is around about 10:30 in the morning, I heard this noise. I thought it was my neighbor. I said, it sounds like he's cutting grass. So I walked out there and I said, nope, nobody's cutting grass. So I walked back there since I'd been there the day before, and the pump was running on Sunday. You talked about earlier seeing an area look like there had been a discharge area. That's because it wasn't in that area. It was run and it was into our ditch. That hose was in our ditch. I saw it, and about that time I said, hey, I've got a couple errands I got to run. I said, I don't know how to stop this. So then I decided, hey, I'll come back in a couple hours. It was turned off a couple hours later. But I had things I had to do because of, my own situations. So we look at it and say, so about that, again, external ditches, not internal ditches. We are an external, okay? Let's see, I want to make sure I'm getting everything here. My neighbors then asked me, they said, what should we do about it? I said, one neighbor, I said, well, you said you have a number for Mr. Old, call Mr. Old. Another neighbor asked me, they said, well, what about the county? I contacted Owen Etheridge, he met with them. So both sides were, notified, or at least to my knowledge. I can't say, that everybody made the calls they were supposed to, but I can say that Owen Etheridge did come out. I can't say if the other neighbor did call Mr. Old or not, but he said he had his number and he was going to call him to try and get this resolved. Then you look at it and say, okay, let's see. Mr. Old had a chance to take and talk with us. I got a call from the county right before the meeting that all the neighbors had. And they said, we couldn't find Ms. Coleman. Would you meet our inspector out there? Sure. I know where everything is. Well, we walked out there. Before we walked behind the ditch, Mr. Old and his father pulled up in their truck. I waved them on over. I said, come on, let's get this resolved now. They rolled up the window and drove the other way. So here you have a chance again. And they came back to the meeting and about half an hour later, maybe an hour. So they had a chance. Again, the map. He was all for it when he said he could do it and everything was legal. He could pump to these ditches until I turned the map correctly, 180 degrees. The arrows that I'm just showing you, and I'll be glad to give you these. These are right from Lori. These are the smaller version. It shows that everything is supposed to go right here, that arrow, and it's supposed to harden. Here's Harden Ditch. This is not Harden Ditch.
Can you show me on that map?
This is Harden Ditch.
On that map where the ditch that lines your neighborhood in Old Jury Road. Right. Can you show me? Hold on a second. Can you show me how you believe, what direction you believe that ditch flows?
Harden Ditch is supposed to take and flow this way to here.
Yep.
The ponds, there's supposed to be a pond here, a pond here, and a pond here. They're all supposed to be interconnected. It says so on there by dams.
Right.
And they're supposed to go this way.
But your ditch is not connected to that.
No, my ditch, the property here, at our property line, the last neighbor is right here. There is a low area right here. There is a low area. But also, this is all level. Anybody's ever hunted, walked the dog, ridden a horse, everything has always been, this flood in the center, has always had it. So when they had to build it up, well, they built theirs up, they built theirs up, guess what? I think a lot of that water came from here to there. Well, that's his job to put it back where it's supposed to be. Instead, he put it over here. Exactly what the county said you couldn't, exactly what the drawings say you can't, exactly what but again, we keep coming back to this ditch that they say doesn't matter. It does, because this pond here breached, the water is all here. If you look at those photos, my hand is covering where that water was. That's how much water was there. And they had to get rid of it, so they dug this ditch. So it started draining here, they put a pump here, drained there, but when I saw it on Sunday, it was pumping right here. That hose was in a different location, it was not. And that's when you said, exactly right. It looked like it was being discharged somewhere else. It was. On Sunday, I want to say it was around 10:30 or so. When I heard it, and I sat there and walked out, checking a lot of my neighborhood, I really thought he was cutting grass. I said, how the hell is he cutting grass? It's that like lawnmower or something. And this pump, it's SUV size, double axle. So when you talk about 40 speed, I don't know if it's 40 speed. I have no idea. Let's see, I want to make sure I'm getting everything to you. Again, no berm. If the berm would have been there, it would have been a moot point. The berm was gone, or it was never there. I don't know which. And when Mr. Old told us, he said, well, I only have to put it in, I have to maintain it. Yes, you do. Read the code. You know, and again, these ditches and everything were done prior to the rain, in my opinion, because they knew what was going to happen. They weren't dug on Sunday. They weren't dug on Monday. The pump wasn't put there prior. It was staged because they knew they were going to get flooding. Because Mr. Bissell, he said, part of one of these ditches over here was filled in. That's not my problem. That doesn't mean that you get to flood my property because this guy didn't do what he was supposed to. Why did they call the county? Why didn't he say that he's supposed to? Well, you know, maybe because, you know, they haven't part of that lot too. I don't know. Maybe they won't call it themselves. I don't know who filled it in.
Have you had any issues with flooding on Old Jury since that time?
I've been there 18 years. Prior to that, I never had any problems. We had a hurricane the year I built my house. We've had hurricanes since then. Since then, we've been flooded 5 times. Since September 6th, we've flooded 5 times. The last one was the major one, they said we got 8 inches. Prior to that, it was 2 and 3 inches. 2 and 3 inches never flooded us, never did anything like this. I mean, never. I've never seen that much water in my side yard because my ditch, which is over here, this is my property. I have a ditch here and I have a ditch here. There was water, normally was, I'd say in a normal 2-3 inch rain, we might have this much across, maybe this deep. It was a ditch and it is interconnected to this road, to this side, to this side. So they're all interconnected. On this side, I probably had about, I'd say normally I can't even see the water because it's actually not my tree line, a little swale like that. I had water about 8 feet on my property on this side, 25 feet this way. Never had it before. Every one of my neighbors had water in their side yards way more than ever before. And again, I understand they're going to sit there and say, you know, they were cited for this. All right, I can't tell you damage when it came to physical damage. My barn, my house, none of that was damaged. I had to worry about my septic being damaged. I had to worry about my pump, you know, my well being damaged. These were all questions that were concerns. If there had been any timely thing or anybody saying, hey, guys, guess what? Let me look into it. Instead, it's not my fault, I didn't do it. First thing Mr. Old said was, it's not my fault. I said, well, whose fault is it? He said, must have been my contractors. Well, you're still the owner. You're still the guy that's responsible. And again, please look at the pump, but also look at that ditch they got. 7 feet wide, 3 feet deep. They wanted to dewater, and they weren't allowed to do it. They were in violation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hall.
Yeah, hold on. May I- Hold on.
Mr. Hall, could you come back up for a second?
So at this point, I'm going to advise against any sort of back and forth between Mr. Old and the public. At this point, Mr. Hall's given his comment, and if the board has questions for Mr. Hall or council has questions for Mr. Hall, they can do that.
All right. Okay, I have no further questions.
Mr. Hall, you said that you were flooded 5 times since September?
Yes.
And, but you're not saying that each time you were flooded, the pump was turned on?
There was no pump the other 4 times.
All right, so you were flooded despite the fact that there were no pumps?
The
4 times.
3 following were nothing like the first one. The last one, which was 8 inches, was very severe.
And you heard Mr. Cartwright say that the pump was not on from the 4th through.
I can only tell you Sunday, like say, that I walked out there. I can't tell you who turned it on. I can't tell you who turned it off. I thought it was a strange thing. It sounded like a lawnmower, and that's why I walked out there. I said, "What the hell is he cutting the grass?"
Now, you have your phone on your hip there. Did you take a picture?
No, I actually didn't think about that. I was so pissed off. A lot of pictures I didn't take. And again, first thing is just a surprise more than anything else.
And you say that the pump was on. You didn't take a picture. How long do you think the pump was on?
I know when I left, it was around 10:30ish. I'd say when I came back about 12:30, 1 o'clock, it was off.
So if there was a pump on, you don't know when it started, when it stopped?
No, I don't. All I know is that when I walked outside, I heard it for the first time, and I can't tell you, I don't think I heard it inside, but when I walked outside is when I heard it. And I don't remember, I walked right away, but it was like, how the hell is he cutting grass? And it could have been 10 minutes, it could have been half an hour before I walked back there.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Denise Hall. Okay. So it looks like Brian Pettit.
He is left.
Oh, he's left. Okay. Debbie Coble.
Good evening. It's been a long night. I will just say this. My name is Deborah Coble, Coble, Deborah. I actually live at 201 Greenview Road in Eagle Creek, the famous Eagle Creek, okay? I will just say this to you all. What has happened to us in Eagle Creek can happen to any of you with poor planning, which is evident that has taken place with us. We have a sewer problem, but it also has to do a cumulative effect on poor planning with poor drainage that is going to right now to the other properties that has taken place, okay? I actually came here out of apprehensive tonight because I know Mr. Oles has current lawsuits against some people right now.
Yes, can we please stick on the topic at hand, please?
Yeah, and I would just ask if you could address the board, because your comment is to the board, and they're the
Yes.
decision makers. So.
I will just ask this to you all. If you all could table this until residents have a chance to look at the whole totality of the sewage, the drainage, and everything that this neighborhood could affect their property and their drainage. I have nothing to do with their drainage. We have a whole separate issue, as you know. But out of being a neighbor and out of being in Moyock, if you could just table this and give them a chance to see what is going on as far as proper drainage and everything for their neighborhood, I think that would be the only reasonable outcome, as we have been here for hours tonight having to address you all. I didn't have to wait here all this time. I came here just out of respect for my fellow neighbors to ask you that. And also, that you would just give them an opportunity to collect their data and come before you with more information that could have an impact on them in their homes. I know what that can do to homes. I have it. I've lived in Eagle Creek for almost 17 years. I was one of the original people in there. I have lived through the drainage problems. I have lived through the flooding problems, and it continues with poor planning and poor drainage. And I think that that's where they are going right now. So I think in all fairness to everybody here, I don't have anything in this. I don't own anything over there. I have nothing to do with it. If that you could just allow them the opportunity, because no one could come and help us in Eagle Creek. Everyone was hands off. It was a private matter. It's a private sewer. It's a private drainage. You know, we have Roland Canal. We have this canal. We have storm water that we pay fees for, but no one can tell us where these fees are. If you can just give them the opportunity to come before you at another date and time with a reasonable amount of time to present their case, as you have allowed for everyone else to present their cases.
Thank you.
That's what I just wanted to say.
Thank you. And
Thank you very much for your time.
I will respond to that. Certainly understand your concerns. It's well known that we've got lots of flooding and stormwater issues throughout the northern part of Currituck County. I live in northern Currituck myself, and it's an ongoing issue. And I'm very well aware of the situation out at Eagle Creek. And you have my sympathy for that situation. That's an unacceptable situation. But I must say that for us here tonight, this board, this is the Board of Adjustment, and we really are boxed in with the determinations that we can make in this particular hearing. So there's only 4 options that we have in terms of the determinations we can make for this specific hearing. We can't really address, any other issues. But I thank you for coming and putting your concerns on the record.
Yes, and I understand that, but if you could just give them the opportunity to come back at a later date, the same way that both sides have had the opportunity to present a fulfilled case to you all. I think that is just most appropriate at this time.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, I have no other folks on the list to speak. Is there anyone else that would like to speak that has not signed in?
I reserved I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was going to say I respectfully reserve the right to call rebuttal witnesses. I'm afraid I'm going to need to call at least one very quickly.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Sorry, it'll only take me a second. Oh, I got to sit up there. I can't talk here. All right. Green button.
A little green light.
Am I go?
You're good.
Go.
No, I just wanted to clear the air. It's unfortunate. Drainage issues are a problem. We do plan, despite what some people say, what happened in Eagle Creek's a problem. When people threw their hands up, our company sent dozen-plus porta-johns and other supplies to help them people, because I do have friends. I've been around here a long time. But and I don't mind helping anybody, but I'm not going to allow a citizen to come up here, Mike Hall in specific, no disrespect, and completely lie about conversations we had. I've been doing this my entire life. It's some aspect. I don't read plans upside down. And if he can stand up here and say that and put his hand on the Bible, I don't know how he sleeps at night. So I just wanted to clear the air. Those conversations with me and him, rolling my window up, never happened. I went to Miss Kuhlman's house the day after on September 10th and met with the entire neighborhood to try to rectify this. When I got there, I got berated, and the staff was there. I got shook down. They wanted new sewer, new water lines ran from Tolls Creek. It was a joke. So there was no solution in that situation. And that has absolutely nothing to do with what we're here tonight. But I did not want to be someone on that stand lying about me. And that's what just happened. So I wanted to speak my piece while that camera was on. So,
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
one other question from Ms. Cartwright. You heard Mr. Hall talk about your pump.
I did.
What do you have to say about that?
Not factually true.
Why do you say that?
It was not running over the weekend. It did not run until I stated it ran on Monday. And that, I don't know why he said what he said.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you.
All right. And I would just like to remind everyone that, this board can only make determinations based on evidence presented tonight. So just keep that in mind. Any decision that we make is going to be based on the evidence that we've heard tonight. So I think that's going to close out the public speaking session. So at this point, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for any further discussion from the board.
I believe that, I'm not sure that council at this hour, did you have any closing argument?
Given the hour, and I think how this has been fully vetted, I don't have anything further to add.
I have 2 minutes, if I may.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, and I apologize for the late hour, but I wanted to confirm one thing. We greatly sympathize with the folks who spoke a little bit ago, but that's not why we're here. We're here for one specific issue, and that is, did this pump cause the violations of the UDO? And we've heard testimony here that the UDO notice of violation was actually, part of it was stricken. And I'm an environmental lawyer, been an environmental lawyer for 28 years, used to reading regulations. And you have to prove the entire provision, right? The county struck the substantial damage portion, and you heard every single county witness say there was no substantial damage. So that on its own means that there was no violation as the county attempted to prove. As far as the construction drawings, you heard the author of the construction drawings say that this was not a violation. The notices of violation themselves mentioned a specific ordinance provision that was wrong, simply wrong, and it wasn't even corrected until tonight. And so this is important to my client. As I mentioned previously, this is not a situation where if we get an NOV, we fix it right away. That stuff stays on our record. We're here, and I think we've shown, based on the evidence, the hard evidence, that no violations occurred. And there's one final point I want to make, and that is that now that the evidence is closed, Chapter 9, enforcement. Notice of violations. On a finding that a violation of this ordinance exists, whether from an investigation of a written complaint or otherwise, and here it is, the planning director shall provide written notice of the violation by, number 1, personal service, or number 2, first-class mail. The evidence is closed. Not a single piece of evidence that the notice of violation was provided either by mail or by personal service. The only evidence in the record is the email that Ms. Cicero sent tab 1. So that alone, as a procedural matter, makes these notices of violation fail. I was waiting to see, when the evidence was open, if they would have met their burden in that regard, and they didn't. Had to mention that for the record, but looking at it substantively, they haven't met those requirements either. That's all I have. Thank you very much. Oh, I have the last tab, and that is tab 23. This is what you're charged with doing, as you know. We respectfully submit that the decision maker made an error in determining whether a standard was met. You saw that the county manager directed the planning director for some unknown reason to delete part of the standard. C, the decision maker made the decision based on a standard not contained in the ordinance. That's exactly what it was. You saw the notice of violation. It mentioned a standard that didn't exist. And secondly, the county manager directed that part of the standard be deleted, so the standard doesn't exist. And third, the decision maker made an error in applying a standard Well, the error here was that there was an assumption that this was a lower adjacent property. There was an assumption that there was substantial damage. None of that occurred factually when you heard from our experts and when you saw the evidence. So we respectfully request that this board determine that an error was made and revoke or withdraw the 2 NOVs as modified. Thank you very much, and I apologize for the late hour.
Thank you. Okay.
I had one question for Attorney Weber.
Yeah, go ahead.
Attorney Weber, would you
Yes, sir.
stand up there? That last section that you read about the procedure for advising folks about the NOVs,
Yes, sir.
can you tell me where that was derived, and is that in our package that you had given us tonight?
It is. I should have said that. I'm sorry. It's tab 15. Chapter 9, Enforcement. That is section 9.5.4. Page 9.3 at the bottom right. I have it highlighted, and I just point out the word shall. And the ordinance itself says shall is mandatory. Thank you. Any other question?
No, sir, thank you.
All right. Further discussion by the board. As we go through this discussion, I would just like to remind the members of the board and the folks in the audience that for this appeal, this board is limited to one or more of 4 determinations that are possible. And I think that's all been kind of discussed here a little bit and just now. But we have the option to decide whether the decision maker, which in this case is the county, did not make an error and correctly applied the standards of the ordinance in making the decision or interpretation. Or 2, the decision maker, the county, made an error in determining whether a standard was met. 3, the decision maker, or the county, made the decision based on a standard not contained in the ordinance. Or 4, the decision maker made an error in applying a standard or measuring a standard. So with that said, I'd like to open it up for any further discussion. Thoughts?
There's a whole lot of points that have been brought out tonight.
Mm-hmm.
We've had multiple witnesses say no damage, substantial damage has occurred. And I'm a little alarmed that we did not receive the modified NOVs in our packet. That would have been good to have that to show that there had been a modification from the original one. It appears that there's quite a bit of evidence against the county.
To me, it seems like there was a lot of errors made. Clarification could have been done and wasn't.
Yeah, and I think, for the purposes of this board, I think we really need to stick to the NOV, the actual UDO citations that were cited as being in violation in the NOV, and the facts that were presented tonight in support of that. I have to say I have some real concerns about not just this situation, but across northern Currituck County, there's problems, and a lot of it is development related. We have lots of stormwater problems, and so this is definitely it's disturbing, but in my mind, this is a procedural issue. This is a notice of violation that was issued and has to be issued in accordance with the requirements of the UDO. And striking out the substantial damage portion of that provision of the UDO completely changes the meaning of that provision. And in my mind, makes it so that it cannot apply in this case, because the meaning of that part of the UDO has been substantially changed to the point where it does not apply here in any meaningful way. I do think that had that part of the UDO been maintained intact, and a case could have been made, for example, as Mr. Hall said, that there were some impacts to the Old Drury Road section that could be defined as substantial damage. I think there might have been a little bit more to talk about here, but I don't think that case was made at all by the county, particularly in the way the NOV was worded and written and put together and modified. So,
I have a problem with the change in the UDO where when they struck that portion out, how can anybody, the rule is written, and how can you arbitrarily just change it? And I mean, a lot of thought has gone into the UDO, a lot of discussion from a lot of very experienced individuals, and now you want to just take a portion of it out and say, apply that. To me, I don't think that's right.
Well, in some cases, on these environmental regulations and in unified development ordinances, there'll be a provision or a statement within that set of regulations that says that the requirements apply, in their entirety and severally. So individual requirements can be pulled out and applied. But in this case, we're talking about a sentence, a single sentence that was truncated.
Mm-hmm.
And in truncating that sentence, you totally change the meaning of that sentence. And it just not an appropriate citation in that form for a notice of violation, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. And I agree with you.
Yeah, striking it took the enforceable part of it out of it, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I mean, I think a case could have been made for some substantial harm. Looking back towards the Old Drury side, perhaps the cornfield. If you don't have, anything from the owner or any complaints from the owner, that's kind of a wash. But when you talk about residential properties and pastures and barns and livestock, that's a different equation, but I don't think that the notice of violation ever really touched on that. So we can only deal with what's put in front of us.
Right.
And there's no clear-cut definition of what substantial means. Is it a monetary definition? Is it a theoretical definition?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
What methodology is there to determine if it is substantial or not substantial?
Yeah. And we could have had a conversation about that, but we can't because it's not there.
Because it's not there.
And no one has told us the exact amount of rain that occurred on September 5th and 6th through Hurricane Dorian. No one has provided evidence for that was legible or readable. We do have information in our packet, but you can't decipher it because it's so small you can't read it. So, and we don't have any evidence to show what the thing looked like on September 7th or 8th from the county.
All right, any further discussion? All right, can I get a motion regarding this item?
Mr. Chairman, can we get a clarification on possible wording of how to present a motion from
Yes.
council?
Yes, by all means.
Sure. What kind of motion do you want to make?
As far as what the wording would be if you were going to continue to allow these violations to happen to NOV, and also wording if you wanted to terminate them.
So I think the chairman read earlier, and I jotted down some notes, but I think a motion to the effect of basically affirming the county's determination. You could say that the county, you can make a motion the county did not make an error and correctly apply the UDO when it came to for the notice of violation determinations. And then in the alternative, there are three options. You can say there was that the county made an error in determining whether the standards were met, and you could state that the county made an error in applying the standard and applying a standard that was not in the ordinance, and then also that the county made an error in the application of standards within the ordinance. And specifically I don't know if this is in your packet or your binder, but 2.417 of the UDO C8 talks about the decisions of the board shall be one of the following: is that you will affirm the decision, you can modify the decision, or reverse the decision in its entirety. And so your motion, if you're going to affirm the decision, your affirmation motion would be based on that the county did not make an error and correctly applied the UDO. If you think that their decision needs to be modified, you can do that. But if your decision, I think you asked one way or the other, you could reverse the decision, and I think one of those other three grounds could also be part of your motion. So I don't know if that helps or if you want something more specific.
No, that helped. I was just looking for the correct terminology to use in the mentioning of the motion on whatever direction we choose to go.
All right.
All right, do I have a motion? Or are you still thinking, Mr. Craddock?
Yeah, I think I'm ready to make a motion. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to reverse the county's decision on the two NOVs that were issued to the appellant. I believe that the county made errors in determining whether the standard was met. I also believe the county made an error in applying the standard and measuring standard. The county apparently has made errors in the way in which they notified the appellant on the fact that they did have NOVs. And the county did not provide enough evidence to support all their findings of fact.
Okay.
And
And
I'll
I just
second them.
further, I'm so sorry. I just want to clarify for the record. We have two sets of NOVs, the original NOVs and then the amended NOVs, and you're referencing all of the NOVs that are out there.
So the amended NOV is the only one that's in force, correct?
I assume that only the amended NOVs are out there, but they were both appealed. So I'm asking the planner about what is out there. I guess that's my question. I want to make sure that the record is clear that the board's addressing what is outstanding. And
I think it would be the notice of violation as amended.
okay, thank you. So the notice
Notice
of
of
violation
violation
as
as
amended.
Right,
I
but
can
there's
clarify a
two.
motion to say that both original NOVs and their amendments would like to make that motion to reverse all of those.
And I'll second that motion.
All right, get a second. So all in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. Motion carries. At this point, I'd like to ask if there are any announcements. No announcements. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
I'll second the motion.
Second it.
All right. Motion carries. Well, actually, I got to call for a vote, right? All right. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say nay. All right. Motion carries. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.